hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over Los Angeles to come and see the zoo in all its glory with incredible lights and really a beautiful spectacle for the family to enjoy.
We have many different animals, and a lot of them are animals that the zoo actually helps save from extinction. So we have California condors, peninsular pronghorns, lots of species of frogs and birds. It's gorgeous.
We're having a ton of fun.
We're loving it.
Came for the little guy and he's loving it. Our favorite part so far has probably been the iguana that sticks its tongue out like 8 feet. It's pretty cool.
It's so fun and creative, and I love everything about it.
I think everybody in LA should try to come and make it. It's a really great experience.
Highly recommend.
Yeah.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, every year it gets better and better.
The event runs through January 22nd from 6 to 10 p.m. And if they want to know more and find out about the special events in between or to buy tickets, they can go to our website at www.lazoo.org.
In our featured story this week, our own Maria Hall-Brown sits down with the executive director of LA Civil Rights, Capri Maddox. They discuss some of the services and resources offered by her department and their goal to create a more equitable Los Angeles. Let's hear this story.
Well, it is always delightful to invite Executive Director Capri Maddox of the Civil and Human Rights and Equity Department into our studio. But today, we're actually visiting her office. We are in the John Lewis Conference Center, and it is so nice to be here. What a great space. You guys moved in recently, did you not?
Yes.
About a year, maybe?
Yes, September of 2021, and we wanted to create a space that not only supported our wonderful, hardworking staff, but we wanted to have a space that was welcoming for the community and really worked for our 41 commissioners that serve on our 5 commissions here at the LA Civil Rights Department.
Well, how is LA Repair doing? And what is it, just as a tiny refresher?
So the LA Repair program gives real people real power over real money to determine where resources should go to serve their community. Community members have the ability to participate in an idea collection phase and to weigh in on how these dollars are spent. And one thing I wanted to add about the 9 communities that were selected from all over our city, from the Valley, South LA, East LA, these are areas that were hard hit by injustices in the past, such as redlining. So if you look at the redlining maps from the 1930s, those communities are still hardest hit when you think about high COVID-19 deaths, education levels, or even environmental hazards. And so we want to be intentional to help the people that need the resources, and that is a true response to equitable needs in the city of Los Angeles.
And a piece of that healing process that you've also been working on, the idea of reparations. How is that working out, and what is the umbrella of the word reparation when it comes to LA Civil Rights?
Well, of course, you hear the word repair in there, and you can't repair a harm without acknowledging it.
Right.
There are times, Maria, where I feel like I'm playing hate whack-a-mole, where we make sure we address something that has happened to one community, and then something else pops up. But I feel like our staff is empowered because we get a chance to do something about it. And we know what happens in Los Angeles has an impact on what happens in the world. And so I am mindful of that every day we come to work here at the LA Civil Rights Department, because we want to be a solution. We want to be a model. We want to be leaders on what is working and how we can shape a better tomorrow, not only for Los Angeles, but for our entire world.
Take part in the tradition of Las Posadas at El Pueblo. Attend the family-friendly 19th Annual Winter Festival, or enjoy some holiday magic at Snow Night in Leimert. All this up next on Things to Do.
Join in recreating the journey of Mary and Joseph to Bethlehem through the tradition of Las Posadas at El Pueblo de Los Angeles. This nightly event has taken place on Olvera Street since its founding in 1930. Las Posadas is a 9-day event telling the story of the road to Bethlehem through traditional songs, colorful costumes, and vibrant music, as the original story of Christmas comes to life. A candlelight procession and breaking of a piñata cap off each night. Las Posadas is free and open to the public. Join in Friday, December 16th through Saturday, December 24th, beginning at 6:30 p.m. at the El Pueblo Historical Monument. For more information, log on to culturala.org/events. Once a year, Los Angeles becomes a winter wonderland, and 2022 will be the most wintry year yet. Experience the magic of the holiday season at the Expo Center's 19th Annual Winter Festival. The Winter Festival will immerse you in a magical holiday wonderland with food, shopping, games, live music, and snow sledding on real snow. Kick off your holiday season Saturday, December 17th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Expo Center. This family-friendly free event is sponsored by LA's Department of Rec and Parks. Check out laparks.org/expo for more information. Can't get enough winter festivities? Holiday celebrations abound for the entire family at Snow Night in Leimert. The festival transforms Leimert Park into a snowy paradise with endless opportunities for memory making. Enjoy the magic of the holiday season with past Winter Wonderland favorites as well as all new activities. You'll be surrounded by the sounds and sights of the season as this Winter Wonderland brings the entire community together for one magical holiday event full of ice skating, snow sledding, live music, and a holiday market. For all those that stayed off the naughty list, grab a photo with Santa himself. Snow Night in Leimert happens Friday, December 16th from 6 to 9 p.m. For more info, visit cd10.lacity.gov. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's it for this edition. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org, and we're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Not it, not it. Again? Hey, Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it, not it.
I am David Turshan from International Languages Department, and our department is comprised of all subject areas in 30 languages, as well as language learning materials such as phrase books and dictionaries in 500 languages. This is a book in Italian, Incognito in Hollywood, translated into 3 languages, English, French, and Italian. Incognito, it's the same in all languages. And the word, of course, is borrowed from Italian into English. And from Italian, it's borrowed from Latin, incognitus, which means not known. When we open the book, there is a stamp here that says Foreign Department, and once upon a time that was the name of our department, and later it was changed to International Languages Department because it's more inclusive, the term international, than the word foreign. It is written by Joe Malatesta and illustrated by Irma Fisk Austin. The book is published in Los Angeles in 1935. And the book is relevant today because it presents multilingual impressions of the author. At that time, many of the places of Hollywood were different, and the book is illustrated to show those differences.
Well, good morning, everyone. And if I can call this meeting to order, please, I'd like to bring the conversations down, please, because we will have quiet in the council chambers as we proceed with our work. So I'm going to ask everybody to please discontinue your conversations. Today is Friday, December 9th, 2022. I'm Paul Krikorian, President of the Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield, Bon, Buscaino, Cedillo, De Leon, Harris Dawson, Hutt, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, O'Farrell, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes of December 7, 2022.
Councilmember Koretz moves. Councilmember Bonin seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilmember O'Farrell moves. Councilmember Buscaino seconds. Next.
Mr. President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order. Next.
Mr. President, there is a request to refer item 6 to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee for further consideration. Also, there is a request to hold 33 on the desk, sir.
Without objection, that will be the order. Can we run through the rest of the agenda, please?
Yes, sir. For item 39, the nominees for the Los Angeles Unified School District Compensation Review Committee are Jared Rivera, Carmel Sella, Jimmy Woods Gray, Wendy Ruiz, Efren Martinez, and Leon Ray Black. Items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 3 through 38 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 3 through 5, 7 through 11, 23, 24, 27, 33, 35 through 38 have been submitted and posted online in their respective council files. Items 39 through 55 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 56 through 58 are closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 59 is a closed session item waived by Budget and Finance Committee. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Very good. Thank you. Without objection, member, those items are now before us. Do members have any items that they would like to call special? Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item 10 special for comment, as well as item 35. And I would like to call 18 special for an amendment. I'd like to request that we add a report back on the creation of the greenhouse gas pollution fee for private jets flying in and out of Los Angeles airports. I'd like it to include as well in the report municipal airports, including Whiteman Airport that is located in Council District 7.
Very good.
Is there a second for this motion?
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Price. Any other specials, members? Mr. Bonin.
Yes, item 40 for a brief comment.
Item 40, very well. Members, any other specials? Mr. Price.
On item 4 because of the involvement of my wife on this project.
Okay, item 4 will be held for a separate vote. Mr. O'Farrell.
Item 22 special for remarks, please. Thank you.
22, thank you, sir. Mr. Koretz.
17 for comments.
Item 17 for comments, thank you, sir. Any other specials? All right. So with those matters called special, Madam Clerk, are there items that we can vote on now?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. Council may now vote on items 3, 5 through 9, 11 through 16, 19 through 21, 23 through 32, 34, and 36 through 38, sir.
Very good. Those items are now before us. On those items, if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
All right, and did we have ordinances among those?
Yes, sir. The ordinance for item number 36 is held over to January 10, 2023, unless reconsidered with 12 members present.
Very good. So that'll be held over. Let's move on now to the closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee. Members, each of these, items 56 through 58 were items considered by the Budget and Finance Committee, which concurred with the City Attorney's recommendations. They are matters that can be taken up in open session unless members have questions or concerns that they would like to note or call special. As was previously noted, item 59 is a closed session that was a closed session item that was waived by the Budget and Finance Committee. So, are there any questions or concerns about any of those matters? So, item 59 will be held on the desk until after public comment, but we can go ahead and vote on items 56 through 58. Madam Clerk, if you could please read those settlement amounts.
Yes, sir. Item 56 in the case entitled Kyle Peterson versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. Item 57 in case entitled Terza J. Franklin et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. Item 58 in the case entitled Delia Elazaraz versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement.
All right, those items are now before us, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Members, if there's no further discussion on those items, let's go ahead and open the roll on the City Attorney's recommendations, the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendations, and close the roll and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Okay, very good. Before we go to public comment, I do want to note that as permitted under Assembly Bill 361, public comment will be taken both on the phone and here in person. And I'd ask before we go to public comment, Madam Clerk, if you could please read in the call-in instructions, and then we have a guest that I want to recognize before we take our first speakers. But go ahead and read in the call-in instructions, please.
Yes, sir. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute. Again, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466, then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. City Attorney, if you could please go over the speaking instructions before we begin public comment. Thank you.
For members of the public calling in or coming to the podium, please state which of the agenda items you signed up for or want to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total. And if you wish 1 minute for general public comment, please speak on the items before beginning general public comment. We'll tell you when your time's up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not on topic, or if we can't tell whether you're on topic, you'll get one brief warning from me or the president. At that point, you need to get clearly, immediately on topic. If you don't, or you again stray off topic, unfortunately, you'll forfeit your speaking time and we'll move on to the next speaker. The items that are open for public comment are items 1 and 2, 18, and 39 through 55, and 59. So again, that's 1, 2, 18, 39 through 59, 55, and 59. For members of the public calling in to speak, as you were told, when it's your turn, an automated Zoom voice will prompt you to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you don't do so, council staff will prompt you one more time, typically by reading off the last 4 digits of your phone number. At that point, you need to immediately press *6 and to unmute yourself, or unfortunately we'll pass over you and you'll forfeit your speaking time. Finally, we understand that people dialing in may be listening to the meeting on multiple devices, channel 35, computer, YouTube. But 2 things. First, when it's your turn to speak, please turn down the volume on the other devices. Because of a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast and feedback, it really causes a great deal of confusion if you're listening on multiple devices. Also, because of the time delay, please keep one ear to the phone so that you hear in real time when it's your turn to press *6. If you don't, you may not hear soon enough, and unfortunately, we may pass over you then. And we are ready to begin with the announcement or public comment, as you wish, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Before we go to our first speaker, I do just want to take a moment to recognize that we've been joined today by the council member-elect for the 5th Council District, who's joining us, Katie Yaroslavsky. Ms. Yaroslavsky, welcome. And if you can reach a free mic and you'd like to say a few words, please be my guest.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Truly humbling. I'm going to try and sit down. I'm going to be very quick. This is unbelievable. I'm being sworn in this afternoon with my family. We're going to have a community swearing in on Sunday. The problems we're facing as a city are overwhelming and big and daunting, but I am completely optimistic and hopeful that when we bring intelligence, urgency, and transparency to the work, we can do big things together. And I'm so honored and grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yaroslavsky. Welcome aboard. I'm looking forward to having you make a lot of those big changes with us. All right, we're ready to begin today's public comment. So we'll start first with those who are here in chambers, and we'll try to go. We'll try to complete public comment within. We'll try to go for 45 minutes or an hour. See how we do. But the first speaker here in the chambers is Candido, who will be followed by Ankur Patel.
So would the 2 women there please be quiet and put the mirror down?
Sit down and put the mirror down. Sit down and put the mirror down. Sit down, put the mirror down, and stop shouting. They haven't complied with my orders. Remove them immediately from the meeting. Remove them pursuant to Council Rule 12 and stop shining that mirror into my eyes and trying to blind me.
Ms. Dumont,
this is
Michelle Dumont,
absurd.
with the mirror,
Remove
put the mirror
them
down.
from the meeting pursuant to Council Rule 12 immediately. And by the way, they're subject to Council Rule 7. The same 2 women were thrown out of this meeting on Wednesday as well. So they are subject to Council Rule 7. They've been thrown out of almost every meeting for the last month. Please leave immediately.
Ms. Dumont, put the mirror
We
down.
have a whole room full of people here waiting to speak, and once again, these 2 women are interrupting this meeting. Sergeants, show them to the door. And anybody who's interfering with your ability to do that, show them to the door as well.
So apologies to the public who are waiting to speak while Ms. Dumont and her friends shout on the way out.
And for the record, Mr. City Attorney, as I look out to all the people who are waiting here to speak as they're shouting on their way out, I literally have blind spots in my eyes now from where they just shined light into my eyes with that mirror. So just for everybody who's here in the meeting, let me make clear, any disruption of this meeting of any kind will lead to you being excluded from this meeting. Don't give me any nonsense about there's nothing about mirrors in the rules. Any disruption of this meeting is going to lead to you being excluded from this meeting, period. Enough is enough. Okay, I'm so sorry, Mr. Mars. You waited patiently. I appreciate it. It's your turn to speak and offer, in the proper way, public comment at the podium. And so I thank you for your patience.
Which items had you signed up for?
All items in public comment. Sir, I really appreciate your words, but as I sit here and I listen to them and then I hear your words, and I have nothing but respect for you, sir, but you and others who allowed Ms. Martinez and others to be corrupt and to deny public speaking and the right to our First Amendment, how can this has to happen. And for those of you who are here for the first time, listen, those folks are doing something for all of us. They're speaking for us in the way that there is corruption that has taken place here, and we need to stop it. We have a new council member, and I truly feel that she doesn't go the same way as others. Now, let's get down to public First Amendment rights. Wednesday, I had 3 phones. 3 phones. I tried to get in here. Once again, as Ms. Martinez did, Mr. Sir, I hope you didn't block me from speaking. 3 phones, and I couldn't get in.
No, but I do need you to speak to the agenda item,
just the way he
Mr.
did
Mars.
before.
Yeah,
so let's listen to those people who come
Mr.
here
Morris,
with pain in their
Mr.
hearts.
Morris, you've
Let's
obviously
hear from
taken your
them.
minute of general public comment. Do you want to speak on the items you said you signed up for? So
3
that would be
phones,
items 1,
Mr.
2,
Pablo,
18,
3 phones
39
and
through
public
55, 50.
comment, and the First Amendment right should be honored.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ankur Patel, followed by Wandamu T. Mr. Patel, come on up. Mr. Patel, I don't see you in the audience. So, all right, we'll move on to the next speaker, Wandamu T. Okay, come on up. And that speaker will be followed by Angela Llerenas. Good morning.
Fuck you.
So which items had you signed up for?
Item 40.
Okay.
And what else? I put it in the kiosk. You should tell me.
Well, you signed up for them. Could you remind me, please?
Well, then let me go get an agenda.
Sure. We'll set it for a minute. Please begin.
No, let me go get an agenda so I can tell you which comments, because I wrote it on the kiosk.
So while Mr. Reedy is getting his agenda, I think we can go to the next person.
Yes. Angela Llerenas will be our next speaker, followed by Bonnie Backus. Okay, Mr. Reedy, you don't need to disrupt the meeting. Stop responding to me. We're delivering you your personal copy of the agenda. We're going to have it personally delivered to you, Mr. Reedy, for your convenience. Stop disrupting this meeting. We're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Angela Llerenas, who will be followed by Bonnie Backus.
All right. So which
Good
items
morning.
had you signed up for?
Item 53, I believe.
Okay. All right. So please begin. You have a minute.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here on behalf of my brothers and sisters with the City Coalition. I am an animal control officer with the Department of Animal Services. I've been an employee there for 24 years. And my brothers and sisters have been through a lot the last couple years dealing with the pandemic. But our services have been consistent. We're there for our animals and the public, and I'm just here to show support for the tentative agreement and asking for your approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your providing public comment.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Backus, followed by Charlie Mims. I'll get back to you. When you're done reading your agenda that we just delivered to you, I'll get back to you. I'm not ready for you now. Please be silent. Stop yelling.
So Speaker,
One more time and you're out.
Sorry about that, Speaker. Which items had you wanted to speak on?
Good morning. Item 53.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Backus. I'm a member of SEIU 721. I'm also a LA Animal Services employee, an animal care technician, been with the department for 15 years. I'm hoping to see approval for our contract that our tentative agreement. I'd like to mention that I'm born and raised in the community of Boyle Heights. So serving my community for 15 years has been an honor, and I really love being able to be there for the community. Our department is there for the services we provide so much for the animals and public that we serve, and we want to thank you for hopefully approving our tentative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your speaking.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker will be Charlie Mims, and then I'm going to go back because I understand Mr. Patel is now in the room, so he'll be next, and then Mr. Reedy will follow Mr. Patel. Mr. Mims, welcome.
Thank you, President Krikorian. I'm Charlie Mims. I'm chair of the Coalition of City Unions, and I'm here to speak in favor of council adoption of our I think 20 some odd MOUs that we recently negotiated with CAO. We decided to go for, along with the CAO, for a one-year contract because nobody really knows what inflation is going to be doing near term. And so we hope to be back at the table next summer to negotiate a longer term contract. But right now we think we have a fair deal for a one-year contract, and we appreciate the support of the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mims. Our next speaker is Ankur Patel, followed by Mr. Reedy.
And which items had you signed up for, Mr. Patel?
I appreciate the exception. I'll just do 1 minute on public comment.
Okay, please begin.
It is always an honor to speak from this podium of the people where truth rings out against incompetence, corruption, and racism. It's always exciting when the room is filled with Angelenos and regular folks who are paying attention to government and what's going on. It's always exciting when we have a fresh batch of energy, new elected officials ready to lead and transition this great city into the next phase, right? Los Angeles is a world leader. It can do better. It can set the tone. And I hope that we do that. Actually, on the way here, I saw Mayor Eric Garcetti at North Hollywood Station. He was doing some piece. I asked him if he was still pushing to be ambassador to India. He said, yeah, maybe with this shift in 2 months, he could get to that position. As an Indian, as one of the diverse people of this city, I'm just excited for what the future will bring, and I hope everyone does better. Try to hold your elected officials accountable, your own bosses, staffers. There's a lot of power we have, and we could do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Reedy, followed by, the name was just Chikelli, it looks like, who will be followed by Esteban Lizardo.
Okay. And when you reach the podium, Mr. Reedy, can you let me know which items you signed up for?
40.
Okay.
46. And general public comment.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes followed by a minute for
All
general.
right,
Please
item
begin.
40. This is in relation to the reported damages that have happened in city council chambers since the protest started. What damages have happened? Outside of y'all beating us, outside of y'all harassing us, intimidating us. But I want to speak to who's on this LAPD detail. You have Captain Musquez, who leads this division, who was fired from the Huntington Park Police Department after beating a handcuffed man. You have Lieutenant Holyfield right there, that coon, who got in trouble back in the day for homophobia, saying men should not lie with men. Women should not lie with women, and to do so is an abomination or sinful. One must repent or be condemned to hell. So you have homophobia. You have someone that's beat a handcuffed man. You have Giovanna Hernandez, who was in the LAPD vehicle that hit protesters at Pershing Square during the 2020 uprising. At her urging, her trainee drove right into the intersection. And finally, you had James Galbraith, who murdered someone just this year in Nuri's district, CD6. His name was Alan Castellanos. He was a father. A 33-year-old. He was here. He's who helps escort us out of the room. So you guys have murderers. You have homophobic people. Again, this is why we continue to say this is business as usual. Now, Paul, you never, ever apologize to the public for these meetings starting late, but you always apologize for the disruptions. What about those fucking mirrors? You don't allow mirrors into the chambers. You don't allow cowbells or any of that shit. I'm moving on to public comment, you fucker. And so I just want to say that as Mitch is anti-black, just for the black folks that are here, he is anti-indigenous. You wouldn't know because he does all this performative shit. But just for all of you people that are here to honor Mitch, like this. All you people that are here to honor Mitch O'Farrell is a fascist. All you have to do is look at what he did in Echo Park. He doesn't care about y'all. He doesn't give a shit about y'all. To Paul Koretz, who called out Sim Bilal, who himself has participated in anti-blackness, the fact that he's being honored today is bullshit. And I just want to say to Mike Bonin, it's so great that you consider a fascist like Joe Buscaino a brother. A brother. That's your brother, right? Fuck every single one of y'all. And I just want to say that this council has not gotten rid of anti-blackness. Anti-blackness still is in this horseshoe, especially sitting right there, City Attorney Faubel, who he himself as city attorney criminalizes black people on a daily basis. So I just want to say, fuck every single one of y'all. I'm going to continue to take my time. And Monica Rodriguez, you stood there. Jennifer Barraza, Kevin Daly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Reedy.
you very much, Mr. Reedy. Our next
Thank you.
speaker is Chikeli, followed by Esteban Lizardo. Okay, you've had your time. The next speaker is Chikeli, followed by Esteban Lizardo. I don't see anybody approaching the podium, so we'll move on to Ken Borough, who will be followed by Adam Smith. And as I call, because it's a little crowded in here, as I call your name as the next speaker, if you could come on to that side of the chambers and wait so the sergeants can show you how you get to the podium. Yes, sir. You are
Good
Mr.
morning,
Borough?
and thank you. Yes, Ken Boros, Eagle Rock, and thank you to the distinguished members of the City Council. As a general comment, I'm only here to let you know that my wife and I wholeheartedly support the continued service of Kevin De Leon to the people of Eagle Rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, please, we're not going to have anybody being booed or applauded. Please, just let's keep the meeting going. Mr. Smith is the next speaker,
Hi.
followed by Baldomero Capiz.
Hi, Mr. Smith. Which items had you signed up for?
General public comment?
Sure, you have a minute. The floor is yours.
Yeah, just I guess before I start, encourage anyone in the audience that wonders about Council President Krikorian's aversion to mirrors to look up the murder of Valentina Oriana Peralta and his relationship with her murderer and his relationship with constant funding of the LAPD that murdered her. If you're wondering why he hates mirrors so much, he can't look in them anymore. But I'm not going to be able to come anymore this year, and I just wanted to wish everyone happy holidays, so I wrote a little song that I got to practice. There's 5 unhoused people dying every day. And what is it the city council's going to say? Sit down, shut up, it doesn't matter that we're corrupt. 'Cause we've got 5 more that we've got to kill today. That's how it goes. There's 5 unhoused people
Thank you very
dying.
much, Mr. Smith. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
have a seat. Have a seat, Mr. Smith. Now you're disrupting the meeting.
Sorry.
Sit and be silent, or you'll be asked to leave.
So, Mr.
Okay, he's
Smith-
not complying with my instruction. Please exclude Mr. Smith pursuant to Council Rule 12, and he'll be subject to Council Rule 7 as well. Remove Mr. Smith from the meeting, please. And while we're busy removing Mr. Smith for continuing to try to disrupt this meeting, a task which he will not succeed at, let's go ahead and call up our next speakers, who will be Baldomero Capiz and Christian Payan. Mr. Smith, head for the door, please. You've been excluded.
Mr. Smith, there are other people that want to speak. Please move a little faster so we can continue with the meeting.
Okay, if you can hear me while Mr. Smith continues to disrupt this meeting with his singing and clapping, I would like the following speakers to line up and be prepared to speak on your left, my right side of the chambers. Christian Payan, David Orozco, Esperanza Andalon, and Jenny Guerrero.
Hola, buenos días.
Momentito, señor, no
Hi, good
puede
morning.
escuchar con este.
Okay.
Hablen pausas, por favor.
Mi nombre es Baldomero Capiz y representamos...
Lo siento, señor, momentito, por
Okay.
favor.
Translation for me to speak English, please.
Sí, yo soy su intérprete, señor. Diga, pero hablen pausas, por favor.
So
For the state of the record, again, because the microphones probably don't pick it up, but ridiculously, while a member of the public is waiting to try to provide testimony, Mr. Smith is still singing his little song and clapping as he goes out the door with the police. So I apologize, members, and I apologize to the members of the public who are here to participate for these delays. Señor, por favor.
I need translation for me to speak English, please.
Señor, aquí está su intérprete.
Mi nombre es Baldomero Capiz.
My name is
Soy
Baldomero Capiz.
presidente de la Unión Binacional de Exbraceros Mexicanos,
I'm
Trabajadores Migrantes.
I'm president of the Union of Braceros, immigrant workers.
Estamos aquí porque creemos que se debe de permanecer el concejal Kevin de León en su puesto.
We're here because
Necesitamos...
we believe
Señor, por favor, espérase por la traducción.
we're here because we believe that Mr. Kevin De Leon must keep his place.
Requerimos que su presencia para que termine algunos trabajos que tiene pendientes con la gran comunidad que representa.
We require that he stays for him to finish some work that he has for the community he represents.
Sobre todo el factor económico,
Overall, the economic factor,
que es el que debe ser destinado para las tareas y trabajos que se tienen que realizar en nuestra gran comunidad.
which he needs to be given for the work and the homework that is for our community.
Por ello es que estamos pidiendo que Kevin de León regrese a su puesto para que cumpla con los compromisos contraídos con la comunidad latina.
For that is that we're asking that Kevin De Leon come back to his seat so he can finish the work he was doing for the Latino community.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
All right, our next speaker will be. Okay, I need to have silence. I need to have silence in the chamber so that we can proceed with public comment. Okay, stop yelling, sir. Okay, the guy in the black mask here in the front is continuing to disrupt the meeting. Sir, be silent or you'll be removed. And I mean it right now. He's not complying with my order. Please show him to the door.
You've been
pursuant
ordered
to
removed.
Council Rule
Please leave.
12 and Council Rule 7. You are excluded from the meeting, sir.
Again, he's shouting as he leaves. In case the mics don't pick it up, we couldn't be listening to another public speaker while that's going on. Okay.
All right, once again, holding up public comment. Our next speaker is Christian Payan, followed by David Orozco, followed by Esperanza Andalon. Christian Payan? Okay, I don't see. Okay, whichever of those speakers is available, come on up to the podium, please.
And when you get to the mic, which items had you signed up for, speaker?
I need traduction,
Translation.
please.
Sí, aquí está su intérprete, señora. Hable en pausas, por favor.
¿Y su nombre?
Mi nombre es Esperanza Andalón.
My name is
Gracias.
Esperanza Andalón.
Buenos días, señor juez, señor
Good morning,
presidente.
Mr. Judge and Mr. President.
Estoy aquí respetuosamente
I'm here respectfully
apoyando a Kevin de León.
supporting Kevin De
Tengo
Leon.
50 años.
Si- Members of the public, please, we're trying to listen to the speakers. Applauding is not helpful in our listening to the speakers, and neither is booing. And por favor, espérase por la traducción.
Ah, tengo 50 años viviendo en el Distrito 14
I've been living in
y
District
estoy aquí
14
para
for
pedirles
50
de
years.
favor
I'm here to ask you to please,
que nosotros como comunidad de ese Distrito 14 tenemos el derecho, no otras personas,
we as a
de
community
votar
on District 4, we have the right, not other persons but us, to vote. Siga, señora.
Votamos por Kevin de León en nuestra comunidad del Distrito 14 y los únicos que tenemos el derecho de quitarlo somos nosotros.
We voted for Kevin De Leon, the ones on District 14, and the only ones that have the right to remove him is us. Siga.
De la comunidad del Distrito 14, estamos aquí, como les digo, estoy aquí para pedirles por favor que no quiten los fondos que nos pertenecen a nosotros, como todos los demás distritos.
The community for District 14, we ask, please not to remove the funds that belong to us and for other districts.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Okay, our next speaker is, I'm going to try again with Christian Payan, followed by David Orozco, followed by Jenny Guerrero. Listen, I got to repeat this again. We're going to proceed with this meeting. Shouting is a disruption of this meeting. Please don't do it. Whether you like what the public speaker has to say or don't like what they have to say, they're entitled to come to this podium and speak. And we're going to try to take as many speakers as we can, but we can't do that if there's continued disruption. So either Christian Payan, David Orozco, Jenny Guerrero, or Hermenia Andrade.
Sir.
Shalom, peace and joy. I come with a group of people from El Sereno, and we come in peace. We do not come to fight City Hall. We come with the name of our Heavenly Father, so the Lord will touch your hearts, not to take away our benefits or close the seniors. The system that was established in the 60s by President Lyndon Johnson from Texas. I hope you will consider our petition. We have contributed to the city in a mighty way. We are taxpayers. We pay house tax, we pay income tax, we pay all kinds of taxes. And it's my humble opinion, please, don't take these services for us. Help us. We wait on the mighty God that will touch your heart. With the help of God.
Thank you, sir. And, sir, I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Unite this
Sir?
beautiful city.
Sir, your time is expired.
United.
Sir, your time is expired. Thank you, sir. Your time is expired. But what is your name?
God bless.
What is your name, sir? Okay. Well, I'm going to try, well, let's move on to Jenny Guerrero, followed by Hermenia Andrade, followed by Jocelyn Duarte.
And Ms. Guerrera? Do you want to come speak? So when you reach the podium, let us know what you wanted to speak on. Please.
Good morning. And please, if you could tell us your name, please, so I know where we are in the queue.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Guerrero. I am a resident of El Sereno, and I would like to ask you not to go forward with the motion of censorship and disenfranchisement. I believe that the initiators of the motion are placing the cart before the horse. We are entitled to due process in our own council district. Other council members should not impose on our district. This would be the second time in a matter of a few years that we would be left without representation. I think there should be a premeditated set of rules and appropriate consequences should a censorship occur. However, you cannot build a plane mid-flight. Please withdraw this motion as it does not establish appropriate procedures that would allow our district to function. As constituents, we implore you to help protect us. As the poorest council district, not only in the city of Los Angeles, but in the nation, please do not allow us to continue to hemorrhage very needed funding, especially as it will be used up by other more wealthy and more affluent districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Hermenia Andrade, followed by Jocelyn Duarte. Please be silent. Our next speaker... Okay, sergeants, we're going to need to identify those who continue to shout after they're instructed to be silent, because it's not going to be tolerated. Hermenia Andrade will be next, followed by Jocelyn Duarte, followed by John G., followed by John Camara. Any of those people, please come on up to the right-hand side, at my right, your left, so that I can see that you're ready to speak. Whoever's ready to speak, just come on up to the podium.
Looks like there's one person coming up, Mr. President. Hello. Which items had you wanted to speak on? And could you pull the mic down a little bit closer to you?
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Herminia Andrade
My name is Hermenia Andrade.
y soy emigrante como muchos de los que residimos en Estados Unidos.
I'm an immigrant just like a lot of them who lives in the United States.
Tengo 77 años
I'm
y
77 years old.
38 años viví en el Distrito 14.
I lived in District 14 for 38 years.
Así como yo,
Just like me.
pienso que muchos emigrantes queremos que el señor Kevin de León siga, que termine su tiempo aquí con nosotros.
Just like me, I believe that other immigrants feel that Mr. Kevin De Leon finish his term.
Y por favor que no le quiten el dinero que es para la comunidad, así como yo, que tengo 77 años y yo no quiero cambiarme de este lado, porque yo quiero morirme aquí en donde yo comencé mi juventud.
Please don't take away the money from him because it's for the community and for persons like me who are I am 77 years old and I want to die here, not anywhere else.
Es lo único que le pedimos nosotros los inmigrantes, por favor, que no le quiten el dinero al señor Kevin de León.
That's all we ask, all the immigrants.
Gracias.
Not to take
Gracias.
the money from Mr. Kevin De Leon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Duarte, followed by John G., followed by John Camara, followed by Jose Moreno, followed by Juan San Juan.
So I think it's Ms. Duarte.
Jocelyn Duarte, public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
All right, well, the Salvadoran American Leadership and Educational Fund wants to thank Councilmember Mitchell Farrell for his leadership. Thank you for your public service all of these years. Together, we have served our communities. In your tenure, we have housed immigrants. We've tackled food insecurity. We are proud to have worked alongside you, shoulder to shoulder. Thank you for being a champion not only for immigrant communities, but for the LGBT communities, for all of us. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell Farrell.
Thank you very much.
And I'm so sorry. Was your name Jocelyn Duarte? Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to try again with Herminia Andrade, followed by John G., followed by John Camara, followed by Jose Moreno, and Juan San Juan. Any of those people, if you're ready, come on up. And I'm not seeing anybody moving to the podium, so let's go on to... Okay, well, as the gentleman's coming up, I'll also call Maria Smith and Melissa Rojas. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilman. Good morning, Council members. Here we are today to celebrate Christmas and begin a new year. And yet nothing has changed here. You allowed the continuation of the denial of our most precious right, the right to free speech. Why? Why are you allowing the corruption to continue? The last thing we want to see is another one of you indicted and lives destroyed. I can't imagine the hell that Neri Martinez and her family are going through. Was it worth it? And that's the question I pose to all of you. Is it worth it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose Moreno, followed by Juan San Juan, Maria Smith, Melissa Rojas, and Michael Juarez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Christian Payan. I was called earlier, but I didn't hear your name. I'm here on behalf of a lot of Latin workers that weren't able to make it here today, but we're here to support Kevin De Leon and for him to stay here and no money taken out of his pay or the city to help and keep helping us on everything that they've done for us. So we're here to support Kevin De Leon. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to call a brief recess of this meeting. So this meeting will be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, sorry for the interruption. This meeting is now again in order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, De Leon, Harris Dawson, Hutt, Koretz, Krikorian, Lee, O'Farrell, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez. 11 members present and no quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, we have a quorum. We're ready to proceed. And whoever is shouting in the back of the room, sergeants, is disrupting the meeting.
And I know before that Ms. Aday was also making noise, so she's instructed to not do that again.
Okay. All right, so we have an amendment on item 55. If we could go ahead and read that one into the record, please.
Yes. So the motion is, I move that the CAO be instructed with the assistance, this is for item 55, with the assistance of the city attorney to prepare an ordinance to provide salary adjustments for the non-represented classes in the CLA's office, consistent with the salary adjustments recommended for the non-represented classes in the CAO's office per Council File 22-1509.
Yes, I'll be the moving party on that.
And then we need a second.
And I'll ask Mr. Price, will you second the motion, please?
Thank you.
All right, so then we're going to go back, and because of the long disruption, I'm so sorry to the members of the public who were waiting, but I am going to have to bring public comment to a close shortly, just so that we can maintain the quorum of this meeting and finish the work that we have to finish today, and as well as saying farewell to our members who will be departing today. So I'm going to take 10 more minutes of public comment from the phones. So because people have been waiting on the phones for a while, so let's go next to the phones, please, and take the first speaker. So let's go ahead and take the first caller, please.
Speaker, what items would you like to speak on?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Which items would you like to speak on?
I don't know if we're allowed to speak on the items 3 and 5.
So we've
3,
actually
5, and 30. Huh?
So we voted
I'm
on
sorry, go ahead.
we voted on 3 and 5 and 30, but you can talk about them in general public comment if you want. So
I would like to, and I want to say thank you for handling everything with such grace and dignity down there. However, my public comment is regarding these appeals that are always rejected and the communities that are impacted by these projects that are basically usually zone busting projects and obscene. And all of the communities impacted by them are ignored and the appeals are ignored. However, the council members who are supported by these developers, this is, I think, called the vote trading, where the colleagues all vote unanimously for projects you have no clue about, rubber stamping all these projects. How much more gentrification, displacement, and urban cleansing can CD13 Hollywood take with these projects? We hope that the new council members make changes down there. But until this body stops supporting all these projects without knowing how they're impacting the real communities, and stop listening to the council members funded by the developers and the shills that get up to the microphone who are paid off by the developers to support projects they know nothing about, there will never be an end to the humanitarian crisis in this city, the worst homeless crisis in the country, nor will anything change at City Hall. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks
Speaker.
very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on?
All available items and general public comment, please.
Sure. So the items that are open for public comment are items 1, 2, 18, 39 through 55, and 59. So we'll give you 3 minutes for those items, followed by a minute for general. So please begin. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good morning, public. Krikorian, you wouldn't recognize it, but nonviolent protest there is what democracy looks like. You have the right to eject people for disruption, but you don't have the right to belittle and yell at them. You sat there and watched Martinez and you said nothing. Correct, number two, quiet bobble. Number two, this is $50 million for a project at 1410 Glenville Drive. Is this the same $50 million for 100 The Grove, the Holocaust Museum that people approved on Wednesday? I'm wondering, is why the address change? Or is this $100 million? I have to look into that. But Koretz, this guy is evicting, on Tuesday, evicted 17 communities from underpasses. I guess this is the parting gifts that all the council members do. 17 4118 motions to evict homeless people from underpasses. Koretz, $50 million. Why is this? Is this $100 million in 2 days, or is this the same project? Would this be illegal? 1410 Glenville and 100 The Grove, two different addresses on the city council agenda. More corruption, maybe? You evict people from underpasses and you want to talk about spreading love? Really, Koretz? You and Farrell, get the hell out. Good riddance to both of you. 42 and 45, these are street improvements, community improvements. The Black community has no representation, nothing but giveaways. I don't see any giveaways to Daddy Bakewell's Brotherhood Crusade today, and in exchange for putting up Heather Hutt. 46 is something regarding Destination Crenshaw, a consultant. I wonder who the consultant is, Dawson. Bakewell again, maybe? There are a lot of good stuff, lots of good stuff in here, I do have to say, about energy and initiation of EVs and gas and things like this. There's a weird one, 15, artificial intelligence, has to do with the LADWP. That's kind of crazy. Krikorian.
You can go into general if you want.
Utility offset for low-income residents. Maybe the public gets a little bit of something, huh? Wow, that's great. Bonin, your farewell speech, glorifying yourself as all the members of the public were summarily dismissed from the chamber. First, I really think he's a decent person, meaning person. However, the reason for your political failures, I believe you're just not a man. A man puts his word, his vote, conviction on everything, his life depending on it. You voted for Dawson's, every one of his $10 million, Marquise Dawson's $10 million public luxury offices. You voted for his $1.5 million takeover the EDD. You sat there in your fat ass and you evicted, voted for evicting the Black community's cultural FIBA Center.
Thank you
Shout
very
out
much,
to
sir.
Rico.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker. What items would you like to speak on?
General public comment, please.
Absolutely. Please begin.
Municipal Code 200-123, proof of full COVID-19 vaccination or of a negative COVID-19 test within 72 hours will be required to enter City Hall. As we are on the eve of a new administration, will the same be required of guests at the inauguration? Will the Vice President of the United States be required to show her vaccination card? If not, then the next City Council meeting should truly be open to the public. Dear Santa, going forward, please allow all open to the public city meetings be in person and call in. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on? Speaker with the last four digits, 1148. What items would you like to speak on?
So, Speaker with 1148, please press star 6 right now or we'll move on. Okay, I think we should probably move on to the next person.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on? Speaker with the last four digits.
I'd like to speak
Hello.
on
Hi, which items did you want to speak on?
43 in general public comment.
Okay, I think you said 41 and 43, so that's 2 minutes followed by a minute for general. Please begin.
That was 40, but it's all good. I really love this New Year's Eve Civic Center item because it just goes to show how certain council members are continuing to enable Kevin De Leon and actually encourage his movement. All that talk we had this summer about insurrection, and what do we have just now? And we had very little commentary from our council members about that afterward. Greater condemnation of the protesters that were still there than Kevin De Leon for his little stunt. I want to know for the Civic Center celebration for New Year's Eve, is Kevin De Leon going to be using city money to send out mailers with invites with his name all over it, like he's doing for the Christmas celebrations going on right now? As he's going around to NCs and local orgs and bullying them for not including his name on their events? LA Parks is even plastering his name and logo on their advertisements for these kind of events. Item 40, you want to look at damages for city council chambers, and I want a motion assessing the legal bill that's been racked up on behalf of our mayor's efforts to cover up Rick Jacobs' sexual harassment. You all know the accusations are true. I'm sure many of you around this horseshoe have had Rick get handsy with you. You want an assessment of damages in council chamber? I want an assessment of the legal costs in defending Nuri Martinez's attempt to force her Wesson onto this council in direct contradiction of our charter. For my general public comment, I was going to say something really nice about Mike Bonin, given it's his last meeting, but he's not even there right now because Kevin's little stunt, he was the first person to get up immediately within 10 seconds. The rest of you sat your fucking asses around there for 3 commenters going through. And only when the protesters realized what was going on did any of you even do anything. There's a reason why people are showing mirrors right now. And I think that outside of maybe Mike Bonin and a few others, none of you can fucking look in the mirror. None of you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on?
Hello.
Hi, which items would you like to speak on?
39, 51, and 18.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for the items, and I think that was a minute for general. Please begin.
That speaker has hung up, so we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, so if
next
that speaker calls back, we'll take him, but continue with the next.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on?
Good morning, council members. Lionel Morris, CD6, general public comment.
Sure, floor is yours. You have a minute. Please
Yes.
begin.
Yes, I would like to urge the city council to pass the wildlife district ordinance that the planning commission passed yesterday during our virtual public hearing. As an activist and environmental activist, we've been working hard to pass this ordinance to protect wildlife and the environment at the Hollywood Hills and the surrounding areas, because the wildlife needs to find a way to go across the freeway and to protect them. So please pass this ordinance once it gets to your council agenda. And number 2, I hope that Mr. De Leon resigns and does the right thing and let the people of District 14 decide his fate. They're the ones who have the final say. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone, and hi to my fellow comrades. That concludes my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on? Speaker with the last four digits, 0391. What items would you like to speak on?
Okay, let's try one more speaker. So let's move on to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, yes, my name is James Cano. I would like to make a general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute. Please begin.
Okay, I'm here speaking on behalf of the voters of CD14. The voters and constituents of CD14 are not going to let other council members, especially those who we did not vote for and who do not represent us, to decide the fate of our district. The irony about this motion is that it itself is racist. It is anti-Latino. Harris, Dawson, Krikorian, and Bonin are saying, not on audio, but in writing, that Latinos are too dumb or too incapable of making our own political decisions. Before calling other races, perhaps you should look out from your glass houses and respect the voting will of the voting minority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that will conclude public comment. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment on all agenda items and close general public comment. We'll close the phone lines. And Madam Clerk, I think we can proceed now with taking up item number 4. Mr. Price is recusing on that matter, so let's go ahead and open the roll on item number 4. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Okay, thank you. And that, Madam Clerk, what does that bring us to? What, I should say, what matters can we now vote on? I think it's okay. Before we move on, I'm sorry. With that, is there any objection, members, to reconsidering item 4? Let's go ahead and vote on reconsideration of item number 4. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes. Okay, item 4 is again before us, so let's go ahead and vote on that matter. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes. Okay, so okay, my apologies, members. Item 4 was reconsidered, so with that reconsideration, we're going to hold it on the desk for the moment. All right, so Madam Clerk, that takes us to what items that we can vote on?
Use this one.
Let me see if I can do it while we're fixing the mics and you can confirm. According to my records, we can vote on items 1, 2, 39, 41 through 54, and 33 at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, those items are now before us. Members, if there's no questions, concerns, or discussion about those items, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Very good, thank you. That will take us next to item 59, the closed session matter, which can be taken up in open session. But Madam Clerk, can you please read the settlement in that matter?
Yes, sir. Item 59, in the case entitled VV A Minor et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $2.5 million in settlement, sir.
Okay, that matter is now before us. If there are I see no one on the queue, so let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That should take us next, Madam Clerk, to item number 10. And Ms. Rodriguez called that special for comments. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, item number 10 is particularly special, and I want to give a shout out to the Department of Transportation, Bureau of Street Services, all of our public works agencies that do such a remarkable job. I'm very proud that in this next cycle of ATP funding that we were successful in securing for a lot of communities, mine is included, nearly $50 million secured to do a long overdue project in my district, which is to reconfigure, create sidewalks, and improve the traffic conditions at the intersection of Osborne and Glen Oaks Boulevard, which is a pathway to one of the most precious jewels in my district, which is Hanson Dam, creating access for so many members of my community who right now have no other alternative but to walk on a very busy thoroughfare in order to access the park. And so I want to thank DOT and all of the supporting bureaus and departments that have been involved in helping to move so many of these opportunities forward and being successful in securing state funding. But I also want to give rise to and attention to and call to the attention of these departments. What is incredibly important is moving with expediency and delivering on these projects for the very reason that as we continue to endure delays because of staffing or any other impediments that might slow the delivery of construction in these projects, we must be mindful that any time delays will also accrue greater costs associated in delivering these projects. And so as we begin the process of deliberating on budgets in the imminent future, I just want to make sure that we also put those, I want to take specific note to those departments that are leads on these projects to make sure that they are doing their due diligence to put us in a circumstance that will afford the success and the delivery of these projects, not just the windfall of resources that are coming from the state and the matching funds that we provide in our city budget. So with that, colleagues, I just want to give rise to and thank the departments for their work on securing these millions of dollars that are going to go a long way in improving our infrastructure and supporting the communities that have for too long gone without. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else on the queue. On item number 10, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 17. Item 17 was called special by Mr. Koretz for comments. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to rise for the last item that I'll speak on as a city council member with an entreaty to our new council. Thank you, not exactly. And it has everything to do with this item before us. For 50 years, the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribe in Arizona suffered toxic pollution from both their groundwater and their air, so the people of Los Angeles could have cheap water and electricity. The Navajo Generating Station and its Kayenta coal mine, the Mojave Generating Station and its Black Mesa coal mine were unfortunately the ultimate symbols of our extractive economy. And sure, it provided some jobs, but the very people we were polluting didn't even receive power by and large from these power plants until Councilmember O'Farrell partnered with DWP on the terrific Light Up Navajo program and started to change that. Most people in these communities did not have electricity or running water, and this living in some of the harshest conditions in the continent. As one of the partners in both coal power projects, the City of Los Angeles has a legal and, I would argue, moral obligation to ensure that we've done our part and that all partners in the power plants and mines have done their parts to clean up their collective areas and their collective mess. I urge the new council to make sure this item is strongly followed up. It is absolutely the least we can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kretz. I see no one else on the queue. So on item number 17, please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Item 18 was called special for purposes of introduction of an amendment, which has already been included in the record and distributed. So you don't need to speak to it, Ms. Rodriguez.
If I might. Thank
Please.
you, Mr. President. And I just want to give rise and thank Mr. Koretz for this motion. I think it's, so often, and it's come to more and more light, the fact that so many of the emissions and the poor air quality is being derived by individuals that are using their private jets. However, in my district, Whiteman Airport, which is one of the largest polluters and frankly has shown itself to operate very, operate poor safety conditions, which has resulted in a number of accidents, some of which have nearly taken out residents that live in the adjacent community of Pacoima. And so I just want to thank you for the support with the amendment on this matter to make sure that we are also assessing, frankly, responsibly, the people that are contributing to the pollutants that are exposing so many of our vulnerable communities, that we don't miss an opportunity to also hold account the individuals that are flying privately at Whiteman Airport, so that we have true environmental justice for every part of the city of Los Angeles, not just those in private jets, but also those that are flying these single-engine planes that have contributed a lot of pollutants and safety concerns in our community. So I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. Any other comments? I see no one else on the queue. So let's go ahead and open the roll on item number 18. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us next to item 22, called special by Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Koretz, as well, for your collaboration on this very important issue. This is all about accessibility to electric vehicle charging stations and our push for equitable access to electric vehicle charging across the city, and in order to reach the critical mass needed for an all-electric vehicle future, we need to make vehicle charging convenient and affordable, as convenient as pulling up to a gas station. And unless we do that, buyers aren't going to be motivated to purchase an electric vehicle, so we must engage in that, and we're well on our way. I want to thank the Bureau of Street Lighting for the work they've done so far on this item, but especially the work to maintain the many hundreds of EV charging light poles up and running throughout the city in each council district. The main reason I introduced this motion is to make sure that council gets the proper information it needs to greatly expand access to EVs through our own rights-of-way as a start. As we will hear many times in our lives, buildings and vehicles produce the most emissions and greenhouse gases of all sectors, and the drive to get to 800,000 plus electric vehicles in the city of Los Angeles, and by 2030, over 100,000 charging stations in LA, requires us to stay bullish and aggressive to reach our goals. This conversation is very timely because just last year, California hit a cumulative 1 millionth electric vehicle sold in the state, and LA County to date this year has purchased nearly 70,000 electric vehicles. Equally important will be the EVs entering secondary markets, used vehicles that perhaps are more easily attainable, which can find themselves in more and more of LA's neighborhoods. But this also means that we have to think about charging in a more ubiquitous way, and in a way that can prepare all of our communities for such a charge and a change. And that means our traditionally overlooked communities that have lacked investment in the past, so that if you're living in a little apartment in the inner city that you can also have a space to charge your electric vehicle. Everyone wants to be in on helping to preserve our environment. And so we need to make that accessible to everyone. And with that, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Farrell. I see no other members on the queue, so let's go ahead and open the roll on item 22. Close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. Members, I'd like to ask now that we, my apologies, but I'd ask that we reconsider item 33 for purposes of continuing it at Mr. Price's request. So let's go ahead and on reconsideration, open the roll. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes. Okay, that matters.
Okay.
That matter is now before us, but we can't proceed because the meeting's being disrupted by someone who's shouting in the audience. So the woman who is standing and shouting, please sit down so that we can proceed.
So
sit down and be silent so that we can proceed. You've been warned multiple times. Officers, please remove her from the room pursuant to Council Rule 12, and she'll be subject to Council Rule 7 for disrupting this meeting.
And that is Mara Kay Aday. Please, Ms. Aday, leave. And you're
Thank
not.
you, ma'am. You've been removed. You've been ordered removed from the meeting. Please leave the meeting quietly and expeditiously.
Ms. Aday, you've been ordered to leave. You're disrupting the business of this meeting. Please go. And now the gentleman next to her, please be quiet. If you don't, you'll be ordered removed.
All right. He is not complying with the city attorney's instructions, which I reiterate. Please be silent or you'll be asked to leave. He's not being silent, so both of them are ordered excluded from the meeting pursuant to Council Rule 12, and Council Rule will be subject to Council Rule 7 for disrupting the meeting.
Right. So it was...
And they're continuing to shout and chant as they're being escorted by the sergeants to the door.
Yeah. So, Ms. Aday
and Mr. Price, my apologies. We'll get to you in just a moment, but we can't proceed as long as this disruption is continuing.
And it's Ms. Aday and the person who was next to her in the black shirt and the white mask are both shouting and chanting as they slowly walk backwards out of the chamber. And they're still chanting. So, just for members of the public, maybe if you're at home and you can't hear it, they're still chanting and it really makes a great deal of noise. To the point that we can't hear each other talk. And they're still chanting as they move backwards. Okay, and they're still doing it.
All right, so the responsive chanting is continuing at a very loud volume as they're being escorted to the door. We'll proceed with the meeting as soon as there's order in the chambers and those two members of the public who are disrupting the meeting are removed. And again, just in case there's any ambiguity about it, both of them will be subject to Council Rule 7 going forward.
Correct. Sorry, Mr. Price.
All right, item 33 is now before us on reconsideration. And Mr. Price, it's my understanding you'd like the matter to be continued.
I would, Mr. President. We all know how important planning land use issues are in our community, and this is especially true of this issue, which impacts districts 1, 8, and 9. Let me just salute Councilman Marquise Harris Dawson and the way he has shepherded this matter through over the past several months. But I am still having some conversations with some stakeholders and requesting that we hold it till January the 10th for a final vote, if there's no objection.
Okay, and I think I see no objection to proceeding with that continuance. So without objection, it will be the order that the matter is continued until January 10th. Okay, thank you very much. That will bring us next to item 35, which was called special by Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So colleagues, we heard this item in Plum, and it's related to Build LA and a longstanding promise that we've made to help better facilitate and coordinate construction services, permitting, to make it far more accessible and transparent. But I want to just give a moment, I wanted to take a moment to really thank Ted Allen, our city engineer, for his stewardship in this work and all the supporting departments that are involved in this. This is a long time coming, and these resources are going to go a long way to help deliver a more efficient system, a more transparent system, and frankly be helpful and instrumental in facilitating a much more expedited development process. And so these are some of the tools that have been long overdue, and thwarted by COVID, it has slowed progress down, but this I am optimistic will be a huge leap forward in advancing this critical work. Thank you very much for everyone's help and support in getting us to this moment in time, and I look forward for continued updates for the deliverable and the promises that were made during Plum Committee to fulfill this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no other members on the queue, so on item 35, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 40, which was called special by Mr. Bonnet for a separate vote. If there's no one on the queue. Oh, Mr. Bonnet.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd call it for a special vote, but just a couple comments as my last pain in the ass lopsided vote of my years. I have no actual problem with us asking if there's been any damage or if there's been any police reports. But I have a problem with voting on this motion because it elevates the issue and puts the emphasis in the wrong place. But by elevating it to a motion that the whole council votes on, when GSD could just give us the information, is making it seem as if the problem is the protesting and not the cause of the protest. The problem was in this room 45 minutes ago. That's what people are protesting. The people who are protesting are not responsible for the fact that anytime there's a disruption, and I'm not endorsing the disruptions, and disruptions are bad. The council needs to continue its deliberations, but the people protesting are not the ones, nor is Mr. Krikorian the one who is saying, let's send in people in goddamn riot gear to deal with people with cowbells. It just puts the emphasis in the wrong place. The problem was on those tapes. The problem is in this room. The problem is that somebody's ego refuses to get out of the way of his need to resign. The road to redemption begins with resignation, and that will end the protests. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. I believe in everyone's right to protest, but I also am not one to endorse individuals and destroying city facilities in exercising their voice, their opportunity to express their discontent. So this motion is about assessing those expenses, and frankly, again, we can agree to disagree. And we're not always going to agree around this horseshoe, but there is decorum, there is respect that needs to be exhibited here, and this is the people's house. So this is about making sure that we honor that and create the space for everyone to have an opportunity to speak, whether we agree with their positions or not. And this is an opportunity to remind everybody that these are facilities that, this is a house of a democratic process, and everyone is allowed to have a voice. But the destruction of our chambers and and this institution, based on some of the actions that were exhibited, I think is inappropriate. So, I ask for your aye vote.
All right, thank you very much. Members, there's no one else on the queue on item 40. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
8 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, thank you very much. So that'll take us next to item number 55, which was called special for purposes of an amendment. I believe the amendment has already been circulated and was read. So let's go ahead and on item 55, if there's no one on the queue, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. And members, again, I'd like to bring item 4 up again. And sorry, Mr. Price, but you're recused on this matter, so if I could ask you to just step out for a moment so we can take this vote. All right. Let's go. If there's no one on the queue, and there is not, on item number 4, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Council has motions for posting referral. Motions will be posted on the City Clerk's website shortly after the meeting for the public's viewing. To subscribe to receive copies of today's council motions to your email, please visit clerk.lacity.org.
Okay, without objection, posted and referred.
The desk is clear, sir.
Yeah, no, you won't be commenting on anything. In fact, you won't disrupt this meeting either. You'll be silent, please. You'll be silent, please. All right, I'm sorry, but you're disrupting the meeting. You're disrupting the meeting. You're disrupting the meeting, and I'm asking you again to be silent, but you're not complying with my orders. So sergeants, that gentleman is disrupting the meeting. Please remove him from the room pursuant to Council Rule 12, and he'll be subject to Council Rule 7 again. For having been removed again from this meeting.
So, Cadane, you've been ordered removed. Leave.
Yeah, you'll need to leave the room silently and expeditiously.
Gadadny, please leave.
Sir, leave the meeting so we can proceed.
Mr. Cadane, please leave promptly. Please go. You're disrupting the meeting. Everybody else is waiting for you to leave. So just for the record, Mr. Cadane or Gadadny is still shouting as he leaves and slowing down the business of everyone. Mr. Cadane, please go quietly. We still have business in this chamber. Just in case the mics aren't picking it up for the public at home, I apologize. We're being slowed down because Mr. Cadane thinks that he has something more important to do than the rest of us.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is it time for announcements? We've already posted and referred, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Well, members, before we go to other announcements, I would just like to make a few brief ones. First of all, I just wanted to let you know that today Mr. Price and I have introduced a number of motions that I thought that it would be important for you to know about. First of all, we moved, well, let me just set the context. For nearly a decade, Councilmember Bonin served with me on the Metro Board as well as on the council, and was always, as I mentioned before, a very staunch advocate for public transportation. And as a result of his advocacy, as I mentioned, the LAX Metro Transit Center station will finally be coming to fruition and will be a fully featured hub for transportation on the west side and for all of Los Angeles, with a new light rail station on the Metro K line. So my motion, seconded by Mr. Price, is to move that a commemorative plaque be placed in the LAX Metro Center station, honoring Mike Bonin's decades of service to the city and his indispensable role in creating this long-sought public resource. So, also, members, Mr. Price and I have moved with regard to another project. There's probably no single project among the very many that Joe Buscaino's district has benefited from with his service. There's probably no single project more important than the LA waterfront and the West Harbor redevelopment plan for the old Ports o' Call area, a place that Joe and I have discussed I used to enjoy going to as a kid, and now look forward to taking my kids to with the newly redeveloped waterfront. So there could be no more fitting tribute to Councilmember Joe Buscaino than to name the street leading into the future West Harbor development in his honor. So we're moving that the Los Angeles City Council request that the Board of Harbor Commissioners designate the portion of Harbor Boulevard from 8th Street to 22nd Street in San Pedro as Buscaino Way. And another motion introduced by myself and Mr. Price. The Red Car Bridge is an innovative, non-vehicular bridge that allows pedestrians and bicyclists a safe crossing across the Los Angeles River, connecting the communities of Atwater and Silver Lake. And this has been long sought by the people of both communities to be able to come together and to be able to enjoy the Los Angeles River. The Los Angeles River, for whom there has been no stronger advocate than Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell. The bridge will also be a shared path for bicyclists and pedestrians, and so after 2 decades of service that Councilmember O'Farrell has given, both in this role and his previous role in service to those communities, that service has greatly increased access to the river and created safe methods of travel for pedestrians and bicyclists. So our motion is to move that the Red Car Bridge be officially named the Mitch O'Farrell Red Car Bridge. And then, as we'll speak a little bit more of in a moment, but obviously I think we all recognize the incredible contributions that Councilmember Paul Koretz has made to protecting the environment in Los Angeles and really globally. And he has been one of our steadfast stewards of this land that we have the privilege to be stewards of. And one of the big projects, one of many that he's done, both policies and district projects, is the Westwood Neighborhood Greenway. And the Westwood Neighborhood Greenway is going to really make an enormous difference, both for biological protections of the area's ecosystem, for community quality of life, and contribute significantly to the environment. So it's a fitting tribute to Councilmember Paul Koretz's decades of environmental leadership that we move that the Bureau of Sanitation and Environment be directed to include in its upcoming budget request funding for the Paul Koretz Neighborhood Greenway sufficient to more effectively care for the maintenance of the Greenway and its native plants and ensure a healthy, functioning ecosystem going forward, and further, that the Westwood Neighborhood Greenway be named as the Paul Koretz Neighborhood Greenway, and that the Bureau of Sanitation and Environment be directed to erect signs to this effect as appropriate along this greenway. So thank you for your patience, members, in allowing me to describe those motions. And thank you to these four members. We want to bid them all a fond farewell on their last meeting. We do also have certificates that will be presented momentarily for all of them. But at this time, I'd like to go forward and recognize Councilmember Koretz for his service. And before I make a few comments of my own, there is a video that we're prepared to present. And if we can go ahead and cue up that video, let's go ahead and do so, please. Yeah, thank you.
Ali Samar, Director of Communications for Councilmember Koretz. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with him. He's been such an advocate for labor. Just this week, we got our Fair Work Week done. He's always a champion for community. It's been an honor lighting up City Hall for ovarian cancer awareness and overdose awareness. And of course, he's a champion for an environment, and it's always been my privilege to work for him, and we're still fighting for wildlife to get that through. But in the meantime, he's built a climate emergency mobilization office, a biodiversity expert panel, and so much more, and it's been my privilege. Thank you.
We love Paul Koretz so much, my kids call him Uncle Councilmember. So many memories. The early years when we banned plastic bags, got DWP on coal, and helped shut down San Onofre. The tragic Fuentes era when we accomplished that was nothing. The heroic O'Farrell and Krikorian area where we got nearly everything done. The last 2 years have been breathtaking, relentless, and frankly exhausting. 100% renewable energy, EV master plan, building decarb, oil drilling ban, styrofoam ban. The list is long and historic. I would put the Los Angeles City Council's environmental record this past decade up against any group of elected officials anywhere. And I felt lucky just to be along for the ride. One of PK's favorite lines is, "What happens in LA doesn't stay in LA, it echoes." It has been such a privilege to serve with you, sir. I know when the children of today, including mine, reach the year 2100 on a relatively healthy planet and look back across the decades in gratitude, yours will be among the names that are still celebrated. The name Paul Koretz will echo.
Hi, my name is Maria Guiniga, and I am the Director of Office Operations for Councilmember Paul Koretz. It has been a pleasure working for the CD5 community, and it has been very rewarding being able to allocate funding to nonprofit organizations and providing buses to seniors and children. Councilmember, you will be greatly missed.
Hey there, Councilmember. I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for the time I've had working with you and the team at CD5. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect when I joined your office, but what I got was a council member and a team with huge hearts and a commitment to be of service. I also got a council member with a penchant for moving big policy and ruffling the occasional feather. So during my short time with your office, we spearheaded Measure BB to give local small businesses a leg up in the city's contracting process. We also right-sized the gross receipts tax for EV charging companies to encourage more sustainable investment in the city. And we codified the city's prohibition on ghost guns, which has been enormously helpful for LAPD and the city attorney's office, but most importantly for all those communities that are all too often on the receiving end of gun violence. So this is just a small snippet of the work that's been done, but suffice it to say you've had an indelible impact on the lives of millions of Angelinos, and I couldn't be more proud to have been part of it. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Flores, and I am Councilmember Koretz's scheduling assistant. Councilmember, it has been a true pleasure working by your side, and it has been a pleasure serving the city of Los Angeles with you. I've learned so much in your office. I truly admire your passion for environmental justice as well as labor justice, and it speaks volumes to the kind of person that you are and the heart that you have. You'll truly be missed, and I wish you nothing but the best on your next journey.
My name is Jay Greenstein. I'm the Chief Field and Transportation Deputy for Councilmember Koretz. I've been here for all of his 13 years, plus 6 years with him in the State Assembly. In fact, I go back with him to when I was his intern and he was my mentor when he was a deputy with the new city of West Hollywood. We've been able to positively influence so many projects and issues, big and small, throughout the years. And he's been, Paul trusts and treats his staff with great respect. It's been a great privilege and an honor to serve our constituents and the city of Los Angeles under his leadership.
One of my favorite memories in working for Councilmember Paul Koretz was when he helped lead the effort to create Senior Fraud Day on May 15, 2013 in the city of Los Angeles. Since then, Councilmember Koretz has worked with the nonprofit group Stop Senior Scams Acting Program to educate seniors across our city with how to protect themselves. Councilmember Koretz would later help urge the state of California to adopt Senior Fraud Day in 2015, and Congress would later follow our lead and would create the first ever National Senior Fraud Day on May 15, 2018. Now, because of what Paul Koretz started, and from his vigilance in pursuing the protection of our seniors, millions are being protected across our great nation.
Hi, I'm Ana Barranco, Councilmember Koretz's scheduler. Hello, PK. It's been a pleasure working with you these last couple of years, first as your scheduling assistant, then scheduler. Thank you for your kindness and patience with me when it came to scheduling. City Hall won't be the same without you. Your presence will be dearly missed. It's been my pleasure to have worked with you these last couple of years and being able to witness all the work that you've done, including everything from protecting our workers, our city and the environment, our LGBT community, and all the work that you've done to reduce gun violence in the city of LA. I can't wait to see what the future holds for you, and you will be missed. City Hall will be the same without you.
My favorite project that Councilmember Koretz helped fund was the Rosewood Gardens mural installation. Through this project, we got to partner with Inner City Arts, which meant giving 2 student artists their first commission. And I think that's just a really special opportunity to have helped create.
My name is Jarrett Thompson. I'm Councilmember Koretz's Hillside Field Deputy. I appreciate the opportunity to work with the councilmember and his team over the years. During our time here, we've worked on many big and small issues in the hillsides, but one area that really stands out is our work on environmental and noise impacts from low-flying aircraft. It was a challenging issue, but we made a lot of progress. We were able to move the needle, and I look forward to seeing some of the future results.
Hi, I'm Monica Molina. I'm Councilmember Paul Koretz's Communications Deputy and School Liaison. And for the past 7 years, it's been a true honor and privilege to be part of Team Koretz. One of my most favorite memories I'm taking away is all the great work we did for our schools in Council District 5, funding for Teen Corps, being able to refurbish libraries at Melrose Avenue Elementary, giving away 500 tickets of LA Zoo lights to the families and foster families of Vista Del Mar. And so I am so grateful and so honored to have been able to be a part of the impact that we did here with Councilmember Koretz. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dylan Tatig, Senior Planning Deputy for Councilmember Koretz. I want to thank Councilmember Koretz and the whole team for welcoming me onto the staff and teaching me about the council experience. Councilmember Koretz leaves behind a great planning legacy, from the Westwood Village specific plan amendments to the expansion of the hillside construction regulations to the new parts of the district. It sets up the district for a great, prosperous future.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Sandana, and I'm the Administrative Assistant. Councilmember Koretz is a remarkable man with a genuine heart who truly cares about his team. He will be truly missed.
To my friend and brother, Councilmember Paul Koretz, thank you for your years of commitment and dedicated service to the residents of the 5th Council District. I've been so proud to serve as your Director of Public Safety and to have a front row seat to watch you legislate and take action that has saved lives. Thank you for all that you have done for the city and for our state in your service throughout all of these years.
My time working with CD5 has allowed me to see how much heart and compassion Paul Koretz puts into his work every day as a public servant, giving me the privilege to contribute to projects, creation of a citywide CAT program, and collaborating with Mayor Garcetti's staff on building the framework for the eviction defense program. It's been a valuable experience and a fun one, and I wish the council member and everybody on his team all the best.
Hi, I'm Chief of Staff Joan Pellico to Councilmember Paul Koretz, and I've been with him for over 13 and a half years. And I want to talk about Councilmember Koretz. Paul Koretz is the man. He is humble, he is modest, he is kind-hearted, He's always out for the underdog. He has never raised his voice to anyone, and he's never raised his voice to his staff. He's been so easy to work alongside with and accomplish so many incredible things. And I want to thank him for being such a perfect example and a stellar public servant for over 3 decades. Thank you, Paul. We love you.
Thank you for the days, those endless days, those sacred days you gave me. I'm thinking of the days I won't forget a single day, believe me. I bless the light, I bless the light that lights on you, believe me. And though you're gone, you're with me every single day, believe me. Days I'll remember all my life, days when you can't see wrong from right. You took my life, but then I knew that very soon you'd leave me. But it's alright, now I'm not frightened of this world, believe me. I wish today would be tomorrow. The night is dark, it just brings sorrow, let it wait. Thank you for the days, those endless days, those sacred days you gave me. I'm thinking of the days I won't forget a single day, believe me. Days I remember all my life, days when you can't see wrong from right. You took my life, but then I knew that very soon you'd leave me. But it's alright, now I'm not frightened of this world, believe me. Thank you for the days, those endless days, those sacred days you gave me. I'm thinking of the days I won't forget a single day, believe me. I bless the light, I bless the light that shines on you, believe me. And though you're gone, you're with me every single day, believe me.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Lots of history, lots of accomplishments. We're just so proud of you. But let's hear from your colleagues. Ms. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thought I'd come and sit next to my seatmate for these comments. Paul is somebody that I've known now for decades. He's represented the 5th District for the past 13 and a half years in this council, and of course before that had a stellar record of public service as West Hollywood council member, as West Hollywood mayor, as a California State Assembly member representing the 42nd District, and in fact he was so known and made such a difference there that he left the Assembly just as I was joining the Assembly, and for at least a year the Speaker of the Assembly, every time I raised my mic, would call on Mr. Koretz. And so his legacy continued long after he. And we've mentioned earlier Paul Koretz's environmental stewardship. And so I think it's important that we pause for a moment to think about some of the things that he raised when no one else was talking about them, and how far we've come since he was elected. When he was elected, this city had not committed to a future of clean energy, had not made the steps that it has taken to reduce plastic waste and other kinds of waste, had not done anything serious to combat the impacts of the oil and gas industry in this city, never really fully prioritized the needs of the ecosystem and biodiversity protection. And in all of these areas, Paul Koretz has been not only our city's leading champion, but one of the leading champions of those areas in the entire state. And Paul was always that one voice who kept reminding us about the importance of these things. And some of them seemed unattainable when he first started raising them. But in typical Koretz style of methodically stepping forward in a way that was never anything other than gracious and kind, but always very assertive, those things came to be. And it's a remarkable record of achievement. He authored the legislation to create the world's first climate emergency mobilization office for a city, and today there are over 2,000 cities around the world that have followed the lead of Los Angeles, thanks to Paul Koretz. He authored laws promoting biodiversity, wildlife habitat connectivity, and established physical projects in those areas as well, including the creation of the Westwood Neighborhood Greenway that we mentioned earlier and its native plant landscaping. He conserved open space in Laurel Canyon and so many other places. As a member of the Metropolitan Water Board for many years, he also secured $350 million for turf removal incentives. He helped launch Operation Next to recycle 100% of available treated wastewater at Hyperion by 2035. Huge step forward, one of the largest wastewater treatment facilities on Earth, and all of its output is going to be reutilized and recycled by 2035, thanks to the leadership of Paul Koretz. On food policy, as was mentioned in the video, Mr. Koretz worked with Mayor Villaraigosa and the LA Food Council and launched the Good Food Purchasing Policy, which has been even recognized by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization with the Future Policy Award. On housing, Councilmember Koretz always been a fierce advocate for renters' rights and to work to combat unintended consequences of state law in that area. He laid the groundwork for the city's eviction defense program and was active in that, and promoted affordable housing citywide. He led the statewide fight to protect residential neighborhood quality of life against zone busting by the state legislature, and relentlessly fought against state proposals to open up our bars until 4 a.m., which kept going.
So, excuse me, please go sit down. You're disrupting the meeting.
Okay.
Please.
Please, ma'am, you're out of order. Please, ma'am. Please take your seat. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat.
So you've been ordered to take your seat and be
You will be
disruptive.
removed if you cannot sit down.
Okay.
Officers?
So you've been ordered to remove, ma'am. Please leave quietly.
Let's escort the speaker out, please.
All right. So, Mr. President, I can't continue, so...
I can't even hear you, Mr. Krikorian. So, sergeants, the woman there has been ordered removed.
Order this person to be removed for disrupting the meeting pursuant to Council Rule 12. I'm sorry, ma'am, you are ordered removed from the meeting. You're subject to Council Rule 7 for future meetings. So you're ordered excluded.
Thank you, officers.
Under Council Rule 12.
Please remove the speaker.
So, ma'am, please
All right.
leave.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We apologize to
she's
the family and those who are here.
Shout and threaten that she'll be back.
Indeed, she is dodging the sergeants who are trying to escort her out. So she's been warned. She refused to leave. She was asked to leave. She's been removed, and she's still talking.
Thank you.
And I'm going to try my best to proceed, hopefully without interruption. But the other area that's very near to my heart and to many people on, well, I can't continue. Sorry.
I think she's finally leaving.
Okay. So
Sorry.
as I was saying, one area that many of us have worked hard on, but which Mr. Koretz has been one of the state's leaders on, is rational gun safety measures. And he's been a leader both in Sacramento and here. And then, of course, when it comes to animal rights, there has been nobody that could compare to Paul Koretz on ensuring animal welfare in the city. So much so that a previous council president even renamed the personnel committee to make it the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee because of Paul Koretz's leadership in that area. So for all of those reasons and so many others, Paul has been one of our real forceful advocates in this council, and as he concludes this chapter of his life, I just want to tell him how grateful we are all to him. And despite his fierce allegiance to UCLA, it hasn't interfered with our friendship. I do note that he always wears a tie, members, and he has a tie for every occasion, which is always appreciated. So Paul Koretz, to you and to Gail and your whole family and your whole team, thank you very much for your many years of leadership in this city. We're grateful to you.
Anyone else on the queue? Well, let me just say, Paul, you've been a friend, you've been an ally since the very beginning of my presence here, and certainly your reputation precedes you in Sacramento. But you've been a pioneer for the environment, for people, especially those underserved, and for animals. And for that, we are eternally grateful. We appreciate the power couple that you and Gail have made here at City Hall and in the community. And again, your contributions are greatly, greatly appreciated. But don't just take our word for it. Paul, you've got the floor. Oh, who else is on the queue? Okay, we have some technical difficulties. Raise your hand. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of people on the queue, Paul. I wanted to rise, and I wanted to say thank you to Paul. We have often been in exactly the same spot and fierce allies on a lot of issues, and then we've been on exactly the opposite spot and antagonists on a lot of other issues. Allied on most everything, years on the Budget Committee, sort of at odds a lot on Transportation Committee, and on the question of neckwear, as Mr. Krikorian has noted. But you are a legislative legend in Los Angeles. I represent an area that is an environmental treasure. It was once represented by Marvin Browdy, who did more to keep the air clean and protect the beaches and preserve open space. And he's an environmental legend in the history of Los Angeles. And history is going to recognize you as one as well. You were ahead of everyone else on this council, ahead of everybody else in Los Angeles, raising alarms about climate change repeatedly and consistently in that dogged, determined, nothing will stop you kind of way. Almost everybody has come on board with that agenda. You were there first. You were there early, and you defined what it meant to take action and lay the groundwork. Even when it was an environmental issue that wasn't in your district, you were there. You were as concerned about shutting down the SoCal Gas facility in Playa del Rey as I was. You were as concerned about shutting down Aliso Canyon as the representatives of the 12th District, John and his predecessors. You've just been an absolute stalwart on that. You have been a huge champion of seniors. You know, the troop from Stop Senior Scams, the acting troop that hangs out in the 5th and the 11th, they adore you because you have always been there for seniors. And on so many issues over the years, right to counsel, you were the first one there, determined to do it. Sick pay and fair work week stuff, you were there early, the first to do it, pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. Any issue for low-wage workers, you were the guy. You know, it was, on those issues, you always knew that there were votes there to begin with because Paul Koretz was going to do it. And on the issues that were so important to you, you were so dogged, so determined. You were like one of those little wind-up toys that goes with a battery that goes up against a wall, and you just keep on going and keep on going and keep on going. There was one point during the minimum wage debate where I was in the back room with Mr. Wesson, and we were talking about the minimum wage, and there were some members who were fighting for 13 instead of 15. And I was really pushing for the 15. And I said to Herb, I'm not giving up on this. I have learned from Koretz to be stubborn and just hold your ground. And he's like, oh my God, you're learning from Koretz. Because he knew that you don't give up and you just keep on going until you get what you think is right. And I appreciate that. I also want to note that when those tapes came out, you were the first one to issue a statement. Right after me and Sean did, you were the first one to issue a statement with clarity and conscience and conviction. You didn't wait. You weren't assessing anything. You knew what was wrong and you knew what was right, and you said it right away. And I really, really thank you for that. And I also got to note, Joe and I were talking about this. I showed you a picture earlier. You know, everybody talks about Paul's work on animals. I mentioned the trip to Israel that Joe and I went on. Paul was on that same trip. Gail got sick and couldn't come, and Paul was unprepared for the flight and unprepared for the cold. Right. We had to go to a canteen at the Golan Heights and buy him a hat. But one thing happened in Israel. When we first got there, we were on this overlook. Sean and I were waiting, and a bus pulled up with the whole crowd, and people get off the bus, and Paul Koretz gets off the bus. And honest to God, not exaggerating, Joe will be my witness on this, right. Out of nowhere, cats came flocking to him. And not just there, other places in Israel. We were near the Temple Mount. Cats.
I brought the photo.
We named him the Cat Messiah.
It's on the screen.
Oh, they just showed it, I guess. Mr. Koretz, thank you for everything.
Thank you. Mrs. Rodriguez. Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul, I just want to thank you for your years of friendship. Both you and Gail have been wonderful to me, to my family. And I think of Gail back when I used to be in the mayor's office and we were working in the Valley office and you worked for Joel Wax. And your service and history in this city is remarkable. And I thank you for your environmental activism and stewardship long before it was in vogue. And you have just been just a wonderful human being. And the city of Los Angeles is greater for your service. And so I just want to, and going back to the collaboration you and I had to dedicate the Youth Council in the name of our patron saint of young people, Ms. Olivia Mitchell, who is here today to honor that incredible legacy that I know began with Mayor Tom Bradley. You very much epitomize all that it means to be a young person who aspired to change our city and doing so for the better. And I thank you for your years of service, for your years of friendship, congratulations on this now official time of rest. But I'm sure that doesn't mean that you will be silent, and your activism will continue in whatever role that you choose. But you know, your beautiful family, and oh, there she is, Rachel. So you know, this is going to be, I know, a welcome time. You've endured a lot over your many years of service, but I'm just grateful to know you, and thank you for your example and your friendship. God bless you.
Councilwoman Robin.
Paul, I just wanted to rise and say that it's really, you know, everyone's talked about the work you've done in this office and the work you've done for the city, and I just wanted to say thank you for being so kind and so gracious through all of our interactions. It really meant so much to me. When I first started here, you reached out, you offered your support, you offered to help. During redistricting, you were one of the few people around this body that reached out and said, how can I help you? And you meant it sincerely, and it really meant so much to me at a time when I felt like I was, you know, really unmoored, and I am so, so grateful for that. And I think your kindness and your sincerity is reflected in your staff and the people around you. There are so many people that my staff call on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, to work on things. Allie, Joan, Justin, Andy, all the time. Dylan, our planning team works so well with you, Dylan, and I think the quality of the people that you've assembled around you reflects the goodness that you've brought to your role and to your partnership. So thank you so much.
Councilman Blumenfield.
Thank you, Paul, Gail, team. You guys have been such a great team to work with. And Paul, thank you for your friendship over many years. And you know, we have our differences. You're a cat person and I'm a dog person. And we've had to overcome that. And we've joined together on a lot of, all sorts of issues, animal issues especially, where you've been such a leader. But whether it's working with the Jewish community or environmental issues, it's just been a great partnership to have with you. I've always known I can count on you, and vice versa. And that's not only comforting, it's empowering. And it's been empowering also to watch the way that you work. As many of my colleagues mentioned, you're not only incredibly passionate, but you are tenacious. And tenacious in a humble, strong way, which I always admire. You know, lots of people can beat on the tables and scream and yell, but it's a special person who can just be tenacious and be humble and not take no for an answer. And be a powerful force. I mean, you've worked on all sorts of issues, and you generally don't take the the moderate position. You figure out how do we go. You know, if you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly bear, right? That's kind of your motto. And as a consequence, there have been things that have been damaging to Los Angeles, and you're like, well, we're not going to negotiate here. We're just going to ban this outright. And interesting, like just clicking your name into the council file and ban, and it's a lot of things pop up that you've banned. Roundup pesticide ban, vaping ban, styrofoam ban, single-use food packaging ban, bump stock firearm ban, declawing animal ban, ban on products that stem from the deforestation of the Amazon, mill-bred animal ban, ghost weapon ban, banning plastic bags, elephant hooks. It goes on, and I'm sparing everybody here, but the point is, watch out, because if you're hurting Los Angeles, Paul Koretz is going to ban you. And so your voice will be missed around this horseshoe and in this august chamber. Your voice, I know, will be out there as well. You've been a strong voice in all these different capacities. And as well as your singing voice. And if people haven't Googled it. I urge everyone to Google Paul Koretz, Dave Davies of the Kinks, and you can actually hear your singing voice. But I'm not going to ask anybody to actually do that. But now that I've mentioned it, it's probably out there. I'm sorry, Paul. Above all else, Paul, I'm going to miss you as a friend. And Gail and Paul, I wish you the best in the future, and your wonderful team the best as well. Thank you for your service.
Councilman John Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul, you have a special place in my career because in all 26 years that I've been in this building, you are one of the few people that's known me since day one. And the reason why you know me is because your lovely wife, Gail, was my boss, was my legislative director under Councilmember Joel Wax. And so through that time, I've got to see you and your career move on, whether to go on to the state and then to come here and to work on your elections and to follow the legacy that you leave, that so many people have spoken about, of how you've made this city better. But I think what speaks a lot about you, and someone said this yesterday about someone else, that when I look at your staff, I see a lot of faces that I've seen through the years. Being here a long time, I've seen some of these faces that have been loyal to you, and that speaks a lot about you. When you have a staff that sticks by you, it means you have a staff that believes in you, a staff that's willing to fight for you, a staff that loves working for you. And so, Paul, I really appreciate that kind of leadership, and I appreciate your friendship. You've seen me as well grow up in this building. You were at my wedding. You've been there for me, and Sheila, when our kids were born, all the way up until now, being an elected official, sitting 2 seats away from you. I'm going to miss your friendship. Not that I think that's going to end, but I'm going to miss seeing your face here in council and being able to count on your guidance. And, to you, your daughter, who I can't believe I've seen her grow since she was a baby. Just appreciate everything that your family has done for my family. So thank you, Paul.
All right. Mr. Bustiano.
What's that? Who's next?
That's you.
Thank you so much. Blue sky. No.
Yo.
Paul, here's what I'm going to miss about Paul, his laugh. Okay, let's start with that. Look at him. Just look at him. Oh, I love you, Paul. I'm going to miss serving alongside you and your team. As just want to join the love fest here. The legislative wins, the policy victories, as it relates to the environment, animal rights, workers' rights, public safety, the fact that you voted with John and I to defund, to oppose defunding the police was honorable. Let me say this about you. The amount of just the passion that you bring to public service and seeing it and having a front row seat of it is something that you ought to be proud of. The fact that you left a clear mark not only in your city and banning everything, as Bob indicated, in the city of Los Angeles is something that you want to recognize. But one thing I love about Koretz and Paul is when I first got here, we figured what better way, Monica, than to bring people together over what? Karaoke happy hour, okay? Which we did. We walked across the streets like my first month or two in office, and Paul was announced to come and sing, and it was a Kinks song. It was Lola, and if you go to like a karaoke bar, you have like hats and whatever glasses to dress you up and get ready for the song. But one thing that Paul took from that basket of sorts was a boa, a feathered boa that he placed on him and started singing Lola with the boa. And then, if we all remember, I try to forget, the political roast of when they honored Paul Koretz. And they placed on him a beautiful lion costume with a huge tail, and they put it on him backwards. Picture that. Then there was Gail watching this whole thing go down. Got up and is still to this day does not speak to the organizers of that political roast. And as Mike indicated, it was a tough trip to Israel when we were with the LA Jewish Federation trip, that study trip, because as Mike indicated, Gail got sick, and Gail turned to me and said, "Joe, Paul is afraid of flying. Please be with him, watch over him." And sure enough, we sat next to each other, held hands for the 13-hour flight, and we were there together. But it was that moment in Jerusalem, in the holy city. Mike just painted a clear picture, but I want to show proof of the cat Messiah. If you see it right on your screen, this is in Jerusalem, and no joke, these cats all flocked to Paul Koretz. I do know that I know you and Gail are not going far, because you have your daughter and son-in-law, both Rachel and Rich, who are here, are in San Pedro. And just the other day, the day after Thanksgiving, Gail, Paul, Jay, and I kind of reflected as we were watching the beautiful sunset on Paseo del Mar, reflect on our years of service. And I'm so looking forward to spending more time with you all in San Pedro, to enjoy more beautiful sunsets and great food and laughter and company. Gail, thank you for sharing Paul with us. Rachel, I know as a child of a local elected official, there was a lot of sacrifices. You can talk to our kids. We understand it. We get it. But I know you just can't wait till Sunday midnight comes. But thank you for sharing Paul with us. May God bless you and protect you. And Paul, I love you, my brother. And it's been a joy to serve alongside you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buscaino. Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul, I just think you're a great public servant, and you lead with the courage of your convictions, but you are not dogmatic. You are flexible in thought, and you're nimble, and you're a believer in the neighborhoods you serve, and you have served them extremely well. And I'm just grateful for bonding with you over animal welfare. I remember when I was a new council member and I said, Paul, let's march up to Herb Wesson and get bullhooks on the agenda so we can do this. And so as we leave office, let's conspire to see what else we can ban. Mylar balloons, anyone? So there's lots more work. And the last couple of years as the chair of Energy Environment, the trio of you and Mr. Krikorian and myself, we have been cooking along getting things done because we take the transition to renewable energy by 2035 very, very seriously. We're not messing around. This is not aspirational. It is imperative. It's an imperative, and we're going to do that, and we have helped set the course to do that. And I simply could not have done that as chair of this committee without your expertise and that of your incredible team. Let's hear it for the staff and the team of Paul Koretz. All the expertise, and they, by extension of your ability, have served the 5th District extremely well. And so I just thank you, and I also thank you for being someone that I could vent to. Paul Koretz is one of the individuals that I could go up to and just kind of vent. And we all need that, and I appreciate you being an ear for me and wise counsel to push some of the things that I brought up, kind of push back a little bit. But that's what comes from being a really great colleague. And I think you've been a great colleague, clearly, to everyone around this horseshoe. So I just want to stand up and pay tribute to you for your years of public service, long before you got on the LA City Council. You are a real mensch, and you are beloved by your staff and your district. So congratulations on a career in public service that has been exemplary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Ladies and gentlemen, Councilmember Paul Koretz.
Well, just for the record, I was banning stuff long before I got here. Just in my first few years on the West Hollywood City Council, we banned assault weapons. We were the first city without a massacre to do it. We banned Saturday night specials. We banned smoking in restaurants and bars. I actually organized a bunch of cities, including my old boss, Marvin Browdy, to do that regionally, and banned a lot of other stuff. That was one of my favorite things to do. So I admit it, it's fine. Anyway, I'm a very lucky guy in a lot of ways. I've gotten to do what I love, politics and government and activism, literally my entire life, except maybe for a week or two. I was carried on picket lines long before I could walk by my father, who was a very active member of, rank and file member of what is now Unite Here Local 11, was the Waiters Union Local 17 back then. So literally I've been an activist since birth, and learned to help working people and the importance of that. Literally, the first thing I was taught as a child was never cross a picket line. Literally, the first thing I learned, I still remember that from when I was 3 years old. My parents also were very active in political campaigns, again, not in a leadership role, but just as volunteers. So I hung around political headquarters as a small child. I got myself more involved directly as a preteen, working on Robert Kennedy's campaign, which was devastating, of course, working on Tom Bradley's first campaign, where I walked probably half the West Side every waking moment when I wasn't in school, in his 1969 campaign, which was also a devastating loss, and then his more exciting victory in 1973. I got to serve on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council shortly thereafter, and my mentor in that 47 years ago is still here, Olivia Mitchell. We're delighted that you've joined us. She did that incredible work for so many years. I got to found the Bruin Democratic Club, working with Brad Sherman back in 1973. And also I was crazy enough, because I thought I had a lot of good ideas, and I still think so, to run for the Los Angeles Unified School District Board, something that probably none of you remember or even know about. I ran in 1975. I started in high school and finished at UCLA during that campaign. While I didn't win, I learned a couple things. One, most of the ideas that I advanced all got implemented within a couple of years of my running. And two, I was way too shy to be a candidate, and I would never run for another political office. So I vowed not to do that, but I loved politics, so I intended to work for an elected official. And I worked for Marvin Browdy for a year in 1984 and learned constituent service. I also ran a campaign at the same time for a fellow named Alan Viterbi, who ran in the first West Hollywood City Council election. I ran his campaign while I was working for Marvin, so I worked during the day for Marvin, I worked at night for Alan, and I slept literally 1 hour a night for 3 months. I could try that now and it would kill me instantly. But in your 20s, you can get a lot of those things done. And I got to work for him. He got elected at age 22. So I was his more senior late 20s advisor. He had an amazing career ahead of him in politics and was the rising star on the West Side. A lot of people thought he'd be in Congress by the time he was 30. And so when it was time for him to run for re-election, he was about to turn in his papers, and he took me aside and said, "You know what? I hate this job. I hate all the abuse you get for the best things that you do. I don't have any time. I want to meet a woman. I want to settle down, have a great family, start my own business. I'm out of here." So in the 10 minutes that I had to think about it, I realized that I had helped everyone in the city as his deputy, which I was for the time he was on council. And so I probably could win. And he said, "Well, you're still enjoying this. Why don't you do it?" And so unintentionally, I became a failure because I always wanted to be an elected official's staff person. And instead, I've been holding elective office ever since for 34 years. Hate giving speeches. I'm just as shy as I ever was. I've seen other politicians walk into a room of strangers and work the room, and I don't really do that very well. I have no memory for names and faces. In fact, who are all of you? But really, I've enjoyed the opportunity despite that, because I've had the chance to help a lot of people and a lot of constituents. I've had a chance to take on every legislative issue I have thought of in the last 34 years. I've been kind of like a kid in a candy store in terms of legislation. Anything I think of that I want to see happen, I'm able to actually write legislation and push and push and push until usually eventually it gets through. And so it's been a great opportunity. And I've also had incredible colleagues at every level of my public service, none better than this group, and some of your predecessors that I also got to serve with on council. A bright, dedicated, hardworking group that you couldn't find better, and good friends as well. So I appreciate that, and all that we've accomplished, it's been just amazing. And so I'm not going to reiterate any of that, but I will say it runs the gamut from gun control to environmental protection to fighting cruelty to animals to controlling smoking to fighting for better conditions for workers to public safety and on and on and on. So it's been a great, great pleasure. I've also been lucky to have an incredible staff. Some that I've known for over 30 years, those that worked with me back in West Hollywood days. Some that I've worked with for my whole 13 years here on council, and some that I've been introduced to more recently, but all of whom have been just incredible, smart and dedicated and capable, and really like a family to me. So it's been an opportunity to work with a group that really is like family, and I will always feel that way, and I'll be forever grateful to them. And of course, my real family, my wife Gail, who I have to say we both met at an interesting time. The city of West Hollywood had just been created, so I went from having 1 hour sleep a night to actually having a month where I had nothing to do because I wasn't going to start in the new city of West Hollywood for a month. She had just been studying for the bar and suddenly had nothing to do, and that is exactly when we met, the day after the West Hollywood election. So we artificially had an opportunity to meet each other and start a wonderful relationship and have the time to date. And she had no idea what hit her after that. 38 years of political involvement. It's been crazy. It's been wonderful. Couldn't have happened without her and her support and help and work on campaigns and ideas for legislation. And of course, she's had her involvement in the city too, starting with Joel Wax in the 80s, working with Rocky Delgadillo, working for Mayor Garcetti in recent years. So we're both pretty attached to this city hall. I think she may be taking it a little harder than me. I'm feeling a combined sense of loss, but also a great sense of relief. I have to admit it. It's been a tough last 2.5 years. I sometimes think, thank God I'm out of here. And the rest of the time I think I'm really going to miss this and everything that we could accomplish. So I have to appreciate also my daughter Rachel, there we are, who has lived her entire life with this as a backdrop. You know, when she was born, I was in my 3rd year on the West Hollywood City Council, and she's spent, her entire life mixed up in all this. She has sat on the West Hollywood City Council dais during council meetings on my lap as a small child. She had the run of the state assembly. She was actually the only assembly member's kid that I remember seeing that got to sit in on a variety of committees where the chair would invite them to join. It went so far as I let her sit next to me once in a labor committee chair when I was labor committee chair. And then I had to leave the room for a little while and make my vice chair the chair. And she stayed there. And I remember a lobbyist coming in and saying, "Oh my God, Rachel Koretz, she's chairing labor committee." And when I was appointed labor chair by Bob Hertzberg, actually, he called her and left her a telephone message saying that because she actually pressed my button ceremonially when we voted him in as speaker, that he was appointing her as chair of the Assembly Labor Committee. But she's survived it. She's helped on my campaigns. She's given me a lot of good ideas, and I don't know how to say how much I appreciate all that. And of course, my nephew Jared is here, who came down from New York and worked on my campaign for city controller and learned the political landscape in Los Angeles almost instantly and knows every player, and I have no idea how. He's just a sponge and a smart guy, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate all his time and dedication. And I have to also acknowledge and thank my wonderful, relatively new son-in-law, Rich, a long-time, lifelong actually, San Pedro resident. And he has, of course, supported all our family's efforts and has been a wonderful boyfriend and then husband to my daughter Rachel, and I thank him for all that as well. So It's been kind of a wild ride, but we're on to the next chapter, and my seat will be well occupied by Katie Young-Yaroslawski, who is a wonderful and very bright and capable and idea-filled incoming council member. I've worked with her to try and make this transition go as smoothly as possible. I've helped and she's helped by supplying a few of my staffers to help and give continuity and good advice. And I look forward to watching her, what I expect to be a great success. And of course, it's come full circle for me, because my first job in the city of Los Angeles was serving as a youth program supervisor one summer while I was at UCLA in 1975 for the brand new council member, Zev Yaroslawski. And now 47 years later, his daughter-in-law is following me into this position, and I expect to be one of our best city council members. So I would just say, lastly, to the disruptors and protesters who've done their best to make it difficult for us to do our work in the last 2.5 years, in their own words, I yield the rest of my time and fuck you. And I have to say, I didn't warn Gail or anyone else that I was going to say that. And
you've already yielded your time. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. You've got the mic. Go ahead and drop it. Koretz out. I've been surprised by a lot of things in my times in the chamber. I don't know if I've ever been as surprised at what I just heard, but congratulations and thank you, Councilmember Koretz. So on that note, members, well, it's not really on that note. Moving on from that note. Members, Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell has served the city of Los Angeles and the 13th Council District with great distinction for 2 decades now. He came here from Oklahoma, where he grew up without privilege. His family often struggled, and those struggles informed his life of service and his life of leadership. When he came to Los Angeles, he joined the office of Councilmember Eric Garcetti as his field deputy and advanced to become district director, and was eventually elected the city council member for the 13th district. And at a time of great challenge and great tumult, Councilmember O'Farrell was thrust into the leadership role as the acting president of this city council, having been elected president pro tem by all of us. So it was a time of great challenge, but in typical courageousness, Councilmember O'Farrell dealt with the job that he was handed and did it in a way that was graceful, courageous, strong, and helped see us through some very, very difficult times. he's used to difficult times and he's used to great challenges, and that's really been the mark of so much of what he's taken on, sometimes almost single-handedly. He's the only Native American ever to serve on the Los Angeles City Council in our long, long history. And he has taken that role incredibly, incredibly seriously, and has brought it to action. He has not only been the greatest champion for indigenous communities probably that the city has ever known, he, through force of will, personally, led through his efforts to the establishment of Indigenous Peoples Day in Los Angeles, which has helped spread that nationwide movement for recognition of America's indigenous population throughout the country. It was one of those things that many thought couldn't be done, but Mitch O'Farrell made it happen. And he's translated that into very practical ways that affect people's individual lives as well. I will never forget the trip that we took where I joined Councilmember O'Farrell to the Navajo Nation. And when we visited with families who literally for generations had never had electricity in their homes. In the United States of America, and our indigenous population had lived for generations with no power, no way to heat their homes or light their homes. And it was through Mitch O'Farrell's effort that not only did we recognize that, and not only did we publicize that fact to everyone's great outrage, but again, he brought a practical solution by bringing DWP crews there to the Navajo Nation to do training at the same time they were providing power to people who had never had it. And it was an incredibly inspiring piece of leadership that I got to personally witness. He has, of course, been our council's leading voice and constantly persistent and loud voice on behalf of the LGBTQ community. He's been perhaps the strongest advocate for the trans community that the council has ever known. Again, sometimes, fearlessly and unequivocally, Mitch O'Farrell has stood up for the rights of all Angelenos. He's developed more than 4,300 units of covenanted affordable housing in the 13th District. Nearly a third of all the new housing there is in the district is covenanted affordable housing. And he hasn't stopped there. It's not just his own district. He has again and again and again traveled personally to Sacramento to advocate our state legislators for the help that we need on issues around homelessness and affordable housing. And I have to say, there have been times when I think up to half of the members of this committee, of this council, have been former members of the state legislature, including me. And yet the person who was organizing those advocacy visits and personally knocking on doors in Sacramento, more often than not, was Mitch O'Farrell, and often Mitch O'Farrell alone. He mentioned earlier, and Mr. Koretz mentioned, some of the work that has recently been accomplished during Mitch O'Farrell's chairmanship of the Council's Committee on Energy, Climate Change, Environmental Justice, and the LA River. And it is a remarkable record of achievement. Thanks to Mr. O'Farrell, we're advancing forward on our ambitious LA 100 goals, and not only advancing on those goals, but literally taking the steps necessary to make those goals real. Thanks to his leadership, we're adopting a building decarbonization policy, beginning with public facilities. He was responsible for seeing through the city's first master plan for electric vehicles and all of our landmark ordinances that were mentioned regulating single-use plastic and disposable foodware, thanks to Mitch O'Farrell's leadership. We mentioned earlier the Red Car Bridge, but actually Mitch has built 3 new bridges for pedestrians and bicyclists spanning over the Los Angeles River. No simple task. But it's a way that communities come together with the physical, it's not just metaphorical, it's the physical connection of cities by bridging the LA River that had often divided those communities. He was our strongest and most vocal leader on many public health initiatives, including the prohibition on e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco, provided unprecedented rent relief and renter protections in his district, and fought for people who just needed to be fed and housed during the times of crisis during our pandemic. And there have been so many other accomplishments that will be an incredible legacy that Councilmember O'Farrell will leave behind as he departs from this building. And Mitch, I just want you to know that those accomplishments and so many more that I wish we had time to go through will be the kinds of things that will change people's lives who you will never meet, and people who may not even be born yet, but they will be benefiting from the work that you've done during your time here as council member for the 13th Council District. So I can't thank you enough. I think the people of Los Angeles, and certainly the people of the 13th District, cannot thank you enough. And there's so much more to say, but at this point I'd like to cue up a video that was prepared by your comms director, Kevin Brunke, who, and we're ready to tee that up and take a look back. We're going to take a look back at your time here. So let's go ahead and cue up that video.
This process, I think, daylighted a historical wrong that we have an opportunity, a once-in-a-life opportunity, to right. So I look forward to hearing this report and then moving forward on replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day on the second Monday of October. LA 100 is not a utopian gesture. It is a work plan for a world in trouble. And let's make history and move one step closer to 100% carbon-free Los Angeles by 2035.
It's me, Dee Dee, and from Kate Linder, from Michael Learned, for George Shakiris, and myself, we thank you so much for all that you have done for Hollywood. You are the absolute best.
So today, Los Angeles is once again taking the lead in defense of our environment. We're leading by example by committing to zero waste policies in the operation of the city. And we're moving forward with some of the boldest local ordinances in the country to reduce single-use plastic.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Farrell, and hello from the historic Filipino town Eastern Gateway. Your passion and dedication made this project a reality. Thank you for always working so hard and making so many good things happen for our city.
Oh, yeah. Get it from the main line. All right.
Thank you very much, Mitch, for your 2 decades of service to the city of Los Angeles. Thank you for your passion, your courage, your relentlessness, and your dedication to the people of the 13th District and to all of the people of our city. You know, Mitch, you have a rare distinction, I think, among council members in that you've had the same chief of staff since your very first day in office. And I know that Jeannie Min would like to say a few words. So let me introduce Jeannie to come up for a moment.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. I promised when I shared this speech with my staff to edit, it was way shorter. I don't know what happened, but please bear with me and thank you for indulging us. Thank you, Mr. President, for that introduction, and thank you for allowing Team Mitch to join all of you in celebrating the one and only Mitch O'Farrell, council member of the 13th District from July 2013 through today. Mitch, oh my God, if I look at you, I'm gonna cry. You got it. That'll make me cry even faster. Okay, Mitch, I have had the pleasure of knowing you long before you were elected. Before you were the council member, I knew you as Mitch O'Farrell, the troubleshooter, the doer, and the closer, making things happen in the 13th District. For your predecessor, then Council President, now Mayor Eric Garcetti. And many who are here today, in the audience as well, knew and still know you as the one to turn to when they need the city to work for them. You have been their fighter, their fixer, and their strongest advocate. Your story of a brave and proud LGBT man of indigenous heritage who came from Oklahoma to pursue the Hollywood dream connects you to every Angelino who wishes to be heard, seen, and loved. Despite challenging times, you met the moment and you've never stumbled in your commitment to serving those you represent. Your good-natured impatience drove us all to work harder, be better, and deliver for our constituents. And today, as we celebrate your service, your team, both past and present, is here to say thank you. Thank you for allowing us to serve alongside you on behalf of the 13th District and the Los Angeles City Council. In 9 years of making great things happen, I only have one regret. When so much was going on, we didn't always afford ourselves the time to celebrate important moments and milestones. There was always another issue or individual in need of your attention, and you've never stopped pushing until there was a result. The list of those you have helped and all the achievements during your time as council member is long and impressive. We are so proud of you, and we're so proud to be here with you, to take a moment to say, we see you, we thank you, and we love you. We love you. Thank you for the many laughs, movie trivia, trips to Sharky's, and breaking out in 80s emo pop. Yeah. Team Mitch would like to formally thank you with this gift, which acknowledges your amazing work and commitment over your 20 years serving the 13th District. Oh, sorry. That's why it used to be one page. Okay. Okay, so this is a framed copy of a motion introduced today by Council President Krikorian that will rename the beautiful red car bridge over the Los Angeles River, to forever be the Mitch O'Farrell Red Car Bridge in recognition of your pivotal role in making it happen, as you've done with so many projects along the river and beyond. We will miss seeing you, and I don't know if you guys want to hear this part. We will miss seeing you and each other every day. but we know our reunions will be that much sweeter. And whenever we walk, bike, or drive by the Red Car Bridge, we will remember how you connected communities along the Los Angeles River, how you brought City Hall's resources to our neighborhoods, and how, when it came to public service, there was never a bridge too far for Mitch O'Farrell. And now, so here's, are we presenting? Yeah. I don't know how we're doing it. Oh, staff, come on in. Huddle. Is this?
There, Sherry, right there.
Oh, are we taking a photo? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when you're ready. And now I present the council member of the 13th District, Mitch O'Farrell.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I bet William Ayala and Dave Cano had something to do with that quick turnaround. That was amazing. Thank you so much. I prepared some remarks because I would in no way be able to just stand up and sort of, randomly make any sense. From my first moments as a staffer in the office of my predecessor over 20 years ago, I knew, just ask George, within my first week of being a public servant, that public service was a career that I would pursue. I had cut my teeth as a volunteer in Glassell Park and understood the importance of speaking up, getting involved, and demanding the attention and city services that were in short supply in my neighborhood. When I began meeting my city family in the various departments, I quickly realized that I was now part of a workforce made up of dedicated professionals who also wanted to make a difference in the lives of Angelenos. 10 years later, after gaining a deeper understanding of the people and the neighborhoods across the 13th District I had worked for, led to my decision to serve in a greater capacity. The theme of my first campaign was public service, not politics. Do you all remember that? Well, that principle still holds true to my last day right here on the LA City Council, and enabled my team and me to always consider what was right in our decision making instead of what was politically viable. It also enabled us to never lose focus of our mission of making a difference, as opposed to caving in to pressure or demands from individuals or groups that had their own self-serving political agenda. We were servants for all. And I'm going to be less colorful than Paul, but I'm going to make some remarks as well. We're at this unfortunate place right now that expressing hate and incivility is now socially acceptable behavior, and that's really sad. We see it every day in this chamber. We saw it today. We crossed that Rubicon years ago. And I will caution the body politic that it's especially important in this current toxic political climate here in Los Angeles that we don't lose sight of the distinction between ideology and public service. It is unchecked ideology powered by social media and some in our mainstream media here in Los Angeles that has led to the demonizing of people who may disagree with you. It is unchecked ideology that has led to the justification of spreading disinformation and delegitimizing others for the sake of proving a point or getting your way. Public service is not a zero-sum game. It is a noble and a sacred duty. It is unchecked ideology that is leading to alarming increases in anti-Semitism, AAPI hate, LGBTQ hate crimes, and worse. It comes from the extreme right and the extreme left. I remain hopeful for this great city, but in order to reach our aspirational ideal as the City of Angels, we'll have to regain our balance. And that is going to take greater involvement from the sensible people of Los Angeles. It is my office's all-in approach to governing that has brought everyone into the fold in the 13th, whether it be the business community, the immigrant community, people experiencing homelessness, the Native American and indigenous community, the LGBTQ community, renters or homeowners, and all people regardless of income or religious identity. We have never been in the business of picking winners and losers. We housed 1,000 people in the 13th District over the last 2 years alone, and that is a remarkable achievement. And no, we didn't just move encampments from one block to the next. Colleagues, do not believe that trope. It is a claim made by people who just talk about the issue and don't want to do the hard work of actually placing people in a safe, supportive environment and put on a path to wellness. Don't buy it. I want to again end by thanking our city workforce for the incredible work they do. The city family is amazing. Tens of thousands of city employees that the vast majority have their heart and soul into serving Angelenos, and they want to make a difference. They need our support, and they need our unending support. I want to thank our partners in the CLA, City Attorney, and the CAO's office for all the great collaboration over the years, helping us craft good policy. I want to thank the Los Angeles Fire Department, the Los Angeles Police Department for always responding to people in need and helping to keep our city safe. The officers in this chambers, thank you so much for 9.5 years. And to the rank and file officers at Rampart, Hollywood, Northeast, Olympic, and Wilshire divisions that serve at the 13th, thank you. We work so closely with the Bureaus of Sanitation, Engineering, and the Department of Public Works, street trees, street lighting, the LADWP, the Department of Cultural Affairs, Department of Transportation, Building and Safety, Planning, the various and almost countless nonprofits, many of which are represented today here in the chambers, including Human Relations Commission, I don't want to leave them out, or the Civil Rights Department. In the years to come, I may not be at the ribbon cuttings, but know that as we open thousands of more affordable and permanent supportive housing projects in the 13th District, it was because of our work. It was because of the work of my team and the city family and the nonprofits that I just referred to. As we transition to a 100% renewable energy future in Los Angeles, it is because of our work, and we will get there. I want to thank the neighborhoods of Glassell Park, Atwater Village, Elysian Valley, Echo Park, Rampart Village, Historic Filipino Town, Westlake, Silver Lake, East Hollywood, Hollywood, Larchmont Village, Windsor Square, Ridgewood Wilton, Greater Wilshire, Virgil Village, Little Armenia, Thai Town, and Little Bangladesh, and all the other great communities that make up the 13th District. I want to thank my incredible clean team who goes out 6 days a week doing everything from picking up dumped bulky items to trimming trees, to removing weeds and overgrown brush that blocks sidewalks, to helping with outreach out in our communities for the various events that we regularly conducted over the years. Thank you all who helped volunteer for my recent campaign and my previous campaigns, and you know who you are. And out in the world as well. And lastly, my incredible team of public servants that made everything happen. And step forward as I call your name, Adrian Salcedo. Yoselin Barrera. Come out, Yoselin. Steve Jaramillo. Hector Vega. George Acopians. Juan Fregoso. Shannon Calland. Mary Rodriguez. George Magallanes. Eamon Viennes. Let's hear it for William Ayala. Ansis Hoheisel. Ansis. Craig Bullock. How about Star Prosamian? Mr. David Hiron. My fierce Irish sister, Christine Peters. Kevin Brunke. The indomitable Dan Halden. My sister, Gigi Galias. Dave Cano. And give it up again to Jeannie Min. And we have some former team members joining us today. Tony Aranaga. Angelo Yanko. Esme Rodriguez. Sean Starkey. Okay, team, did I forget anyone? The first time I've never forgotten anyone. Thank you. I am just forever grateful and in your debt. I want to thank all of you. And Angelinos, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember O'Farrell. Thank you for all of your leadership. Thank you to your team for being such incredible support for all of your work. And thank you to George and your entire family for supporting you in this effort as well. So, members, before we take any other announcements, I know it's been a long meeting, but as we conclude, if any members who are able to stay, if we could stay for one group picture today in the horseshoe just before we wrap up, that would be terrific if you can stay for just a few more minutes. Any other announcements, members? I see no other announcements. Are there any motions for adjournment? I see none. With that, thank you, members. That is a wrap. We are adjourned.
And we fly just like birds of a feather. I won't tell no lie. All of the people around us, they say.
multi-billion-dollar program. Metrolink is working hand in hand with Metro. Of course, Metro provides most of the funding for Metrolink. So it's with the coordination of these two powerful agencies that transportation improvements are going to be extended incredibly to the San Fernando Valley. And that's really what it's all about, coordination and giving our residents more options to travel seamlessly from homes to jobs to restaurants to the places that they really want to get to. So I'd like to thank you all for being here today. You're going to be hearing more from the other great officials behind me, and I thank you all, and let's go Metro.
Thank you, Chair Najarian. We have a full slate of Metro board members here to help us celebrate this groundbreaking. Hoy tenemos una lista completa de integrantes de la Junta de Directores de Metro que nos ayudan a celebrar este inicio de actividades de la construcción. Nuestro siguiente participante es originario del Valle de San Fernando. Our next speaker is a San Fernando Valley native himself, City of Los Angeles Mayor, el alcalde de Los Ángeles, Eric Garcetti.
Good morning. Buenos dias. I love the smell of fertilizer and gasoline in the morning. Let's just not mix them together. So we have to turn a lot of crap around when we're in politics. It's my last week, so I can say anything I want. Thank you, Jennifer, for the kind introduction. What a pleasure it is to be here. And it's a very meaningful place for me to be, not only because I've worked out of Van Nuys City Hall as mayor for 9.5 years, frequently coming here for Valley Days and meeting with constituents, and of course before then as council president and as council member when we met here in the chambers that were built to really empower this part of Los Angeles that for so long felt disempowered. We always felt overlooked. We always felt like a second thought. Some of it was sometimes self-inflicted. In the Valley we would say, no, we don't want certain things here. We don't want transit. Our representatives would say, very different than our representatives today, would kill ideas for sports or Olympics or train lines. But 30, 40 years ago, we realized the Valley was also being discriminated against. We weren't getting our fair share. This area, which would be the 6th largest city in America, were its own city. Not that I'm advocating that. I'm very glad that we're part of the city of Los Angeles, is where I grew up. And I think about the improvements we've made. You know, I used to walk here every weekend. My sister and I would spend the weekend, or at least one night, over at my grandparents, Salvador and Juanita Garcetti's house. They lived on the corner of Hart and Willis, about 6 or 7 blocks away from here. And I used to walk this boulevard with my grandmother, and we'd go to the market and get ingredients for menudo, and we'd start cooking. Anybody who's ever cooked menudo knows it smells a little bit better than this, but not a lot, but it tastes so great. And I kind of think about my grandmother, Juanita, and what it would have meant if there had been a line here. This is the dream of so many people for so long. And to be able to be here, it's very sweet. And thank you for the timing. MTA, God, everybody else that had happened 9 days before I'm leaving as your mayor. And I grew up on Woodley Avenue, and I think about the Orange Line that goes right by there. I could have actually taken the Orange Line to this line to visit my grandparents, all on transit. I was a daily rider of the RTD on Ventura Boulevard on the buses. But Van Nuys was the other great boulevard of the Valley. It's the North-South Boulevard. And we wouldn't be here today without all of you. First, the community, our neighborhood councils, VEDC, the community groups who have advocated tirelessly. And I'd say, just on the way out, don't advocate. You have a decision. If you advocate for too much, it takes a long time. If you advocate for just enough, it should come in right. And if you want to get it done really quickly, just get it done, and then you can always add the bells and whistles afterwards. That's just my experience as somebody now doing this for a number of years. And I'm so glad we're finally there. I'm glad that we have a Department of Water and Power, and we're sitting down and making sure maybe we can share some of those costs for this utility relocation together. That we have state leaders like Jesse Gabriel and others who have been able to fight for state funds in here. Federal representatives like Alex Padilla from the San Fernando Valley, our first senator from the Valley, who I know how important this is to him growing up in Pacoima, and he's already producing a lot of money for us. And we want to make sure that we have that dream team here. And I would like to say both of the members that are represented here today, Monica Rodriguez, whose district this will continue to go through and who has been a champion for all things Valley, as well as a great champion in our city, and Paul Krikorian, our council president, who as a board member of Metro has really been the voice of the Valley as well. And Ara Najarian is from the Valley, let's be clear, because I know people always think Glendale is Valley adjacent because it's not part of the city of LA. Look at it on a map, it's part of the San Fernando Valley, and we're very proud of it. And you've been an amazing voice as well as Stephanie Wiggins, our extraordinary CEO. And Tony, it's great to see you. Tony Wilkinson is one of the longest serving neighborhood activists. He has served longer than all of us as elected officials, and he does it with such grace, he does it with such kindness and strength. And it's a lesson to a lot of other activists. You can be strong and still be kind. So thank you very much, Tony, for that. This project will be largely funded with state and local dollars, but the federal dollars we're very grateful for, including the FTA. And this is one of those projects that when the Olympics comes to the Valley in 2028 will be critical to getting people here. And we're excited to see the White House and Congress focusing on that and hopefully bringing even some additional dollars as well. You'll be able to, of course, make the connections to Metrolink. So this is a great project, not just for us here in the Valley, but anybody who comes to work in the Valley. We have people here in the Civic Center who come here for important court appointments, people who come here to doctor's appointments in Panorama City, people who need this line for their daily life and for their sustenance. But also, it's going to connect, not just to the Orange Line. I'm old-fashioned. I'm still going colors. And, but also to finally getting through the most congested artery anywhere in America, the Sepulveda Pass. And that is going to be extraordinary when we see not just one, not just two, not just three, not just four, but 5 projects in the Valley that are part of Measure M. I want to say thank you to Valley voters for believing in the vision that we put forward, not to ask for a little, but to ask for everything. So I wish my grandmother was here. I would love to celebrate with her, but maybe I'll be an abuelo one day with my grandson, who was recently born, to be able to come here and find some ingredients, see if I can make my grandmother's menudo, and teach him that we don't have to just walk 17 blocks. We can actually take the train and get there. En español.